These seems like quick. Want to respect the time of those who are here on time, and if they're late, they're going to have to catch up. So, come on in. Do that. They were starting and start the recording. I don't know what they're making you sign in at the front. Go ahead and sign in. Yeah, pause the recording. How about it? Yeah. No, we're all good. It's out. Nice. The clock. We're okay. Yeah. I was joking earlier. People on Earth that think at 9 early though. Like everyone else is at work at like 7. Like, think about the teachers. Like your kids are already at school. Like, how long have the teachers been there? It's funny. Well, welcome and thank you for dedicating the better portion of your day to learning about agent financials. Interesting topic and one that is not really talked about much in the real estate industry. Would you agree? Not a lot of training and education about thinking income tax. And so popular content, that's why the room is not like it was for the listing thing. But man, you can sell all the listings on earth and you squander away all the money. What good is it? Why does it matter? Like you're not. It can be a lot of fun, and yeah, that's why you're doing this. What's the profit? But what's the purpose of profit?
Well, you're perfect.
Yeah. That's you're here to use business as a vehicle to drive production. You're living the life you. This conversation is, we're going to cover numbers. We're going to talk about statements. We're going to content that is numbers sake. Here to nerd out on. That's not why we're here. We're here to understand how the impacts the work we have to do. We want, because if you've got one agent, say you got 2 agents that are both need to live on the same amount of money. Let's say $100 bucks, say $100,000 in order to live the life they want. That double the other. About the agent, what do they have to do in order to literally twice as
over the expenses?
Yep. You can have both take it. I was told that one of them is closing 30 units, the other one closed 60. Less, right? That's what it comes down to. Everybody can. It's easy. I think it's easier to make hard decisions and tough than it is to go have to close twice actions. It's good. I'd rather than right in this the life I'm trying. So that's why we're here today. Does that sound good? If we can have conversation. Who I haven't met previously. My name is Alex Fenske. The lead here to grow the franchise, to grow the agents that we have, to help increase the production of this franchise, and consult with the top 20% of agents here, help them plan, work with time management, and have lead teams leverage hiring. That's what I am also super active in real estate. A small team, and I think within that. So, you know, I'm actively doing this. I'm not preaching at you. And you, anybody else that I'm working with, adopt these same. It's always been that way. I remember I was like real for a while. That little that happened in 08. You guys remember that?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Inflation dropped below 7%. I was real broke. I decided that was a good idea. Not so much. I mean, I made it, but geez, it was hard. Real estate was coming off of a failed. And we lived with no income, cards for a year, buried. That didn't work out. Money reasons, and thought I could adapt to the jobs at the time. A lot of deals, but back then, and I was never. I was making much money, although I was closing 30 or 40 deals a year. The price point was low, commission plan was bad. It was just so 2013 came along. And actually that's the time which I oh my God. It was today. I realize that right now. They're writing the date on that sheet. Familiar, like. So I came to Keller and I a lot. The admin or any part-time admin, so very low, which means I kept at least at first because income tax liability more than I'd ever in a year. Saver. Now I needed a lot of that money. I had to pay off debt, do stuff to my house that I had to house. And that
She said the value is very happy and we can only hear every.
well, see.
They focused on the word. Look at everything, right? Yeah, don't look at everything.
You know,
I'm gonna try switching the microphone. Is this any better? Test. I'll talk a little bit and see if that's better. It's in a position here. Oh, no, you're not hearing it because it's cutting in and out. It's going right into the other. Okay, yeah, can you message Waldo and tell him that's what's going on and just ask what we should do about that? So I paid the income tax bill, but that also was the same year that June I was getting married. Neither one of us come from wealthy families. We're paying for it, right? So we're paying for the wedding at $100,000. We're also buying a house. And I struck this check for income taxes, and I had that moment where I said to myself, "Oh, shit." And it wasn't snap that I said. It's pretty a tough position. We did get through it. But man, that's, you know, it's one of those moments where I said, I really need to do what I can to have that not happen again. And I also know at the same time that that was a narrow avoidance of disaster, and that many people in our industry have not been so lucky to have a narrow avoidance. It has turned into disaster. And there's a lot of people in our industry that are, don't raise your hands, on a payment plan with the IRS, just got off a payment plan with the IRS, starting a payment plan with the IRS, worried you're going to have to be on a payment plan with the IRS. And it's a troublesome spiral, because when you start paying last year's taxes with this year's income, you typically don't have enough more of this year's income to save for this year's taxes, and the cycle just repeats. So what we're going to talk about today is how to plan for that and how to have that not happen. Cool? All right, let's do it. Everybody here in person should have physical materials. Everybody who is tuned in online every 3 seconds should have digital materials. This is going to be very interactive, so I'll ask for your participation and you can complete the exercises as we go, so that you can take this stuff and go and put it to work. We'll have a short morning break, and then we will have a lunch break. We do have a sponsor today, so when we get to the part about talking about having a bookkeeper and accountant, if you don't have one, the one that you have isn't doing what we're talking about today, I recommend them. So they'll be here today, and then we'll wrap it at 2 o'clock. So that's kind of the layout of the day. If you want to open right now to page 2 of your materials, you should be looking at a page that says a financially sound business. So let's just go around the room. I want to have you guys read down these 6 points. We'll go down this side first. Rob, can you give us start with number 1 on that page?
Set a profit goal that funds your big life and pursue the activities to achieve it.
All right. What else? What's the next habit here?
Estimate, save for, and pay your taxes.
All right. Kelly, why did you go ahead? She's drinking her water.
Use the proven models and systems of the MREA chart of accounts.
We'll talk about what that is, and we'll show you that. Yeah, right.
Yes. Physical savvy, by reviewing your financial numbers.
There you go. So Andrew, how about you? 35. Yeah, that's a life changer. We'll talk about that. All right, so those are the habits that we're going to prepare you for. We can only prepare you. You can't build a habit in class today. I wish it was that easy. But we're going to set you up for those habits. All right. We're gonna talk about why they're important. And we're gonna go through. See on page 3. Tells you some of the unsound business practices that, or what unsound business practices will lead to. It's hard to grow. As we talked about, it saps time. It takes you more time to make the same amount of money, and it's stressful. It's stressful. Not to mention that you actually don't have to be paying all the money that you're paying in taxes from not paying attention to. You don't have to have all the expenses. Like, it literally is not necessary. So some of the things that you can do with this information are going to make an instant difference for you. So let's go to page 4. We're going to work through a couple of different examples of how you could or might handle your commissions when they come in. So somebody had Jamal. Why don't you read for us the scenario 1 here on page 4 about what Mary is doing. No offense to Mary in class. Jamal, why don't you read that for us?
New agent Mary earns a commission of $9,000 from a broker. She receives a check in the amount of $4,760. She deposits it in the personal bank account to pay for personal credit card debt and household expenses.
All right, so this is kind of the way that most people, did anyone here start their career in real estate and never had another job? Didn't think so. Now, why is that? Nobody goes up, ready to be a real estate agent? I don't get it. But you see no hands went up, right? So what that means is that everybody in this room was at one point receiving a paycheck and now is receiving a different kind of paycheck and treating it the same, right? You're treating it the same, but it's not the same. Why not? That's right. Taxes are not going to tell you. Also, you have expenses to earn that money. And aside from taxes, and those haven't been accounted for in this example, and yet, what percentage of agents is starting this business and do what Mary just did?
99.
Yeah, I'll take 99 just to be really optimistic. Okay, I would have to say it's 100. 100% of agents start. You get the commission check. It goes in your personal bank account, and you live your life until level 2.
She said value much better.
Oh, good. This thing is so flashing. So I switched the mic, and
Yeah,
I'm not sure what that did, but congratulations to us. All right, let's see. Good, read to us number 2. This is a different scenario of how Mary handles it.
New agent Mary receives a check in the amount of $5,760 and deposits it into her business bank account to cover business expenses. She pays herself a salary of $4,032, which goes into her personal bank account. Then transfers 40% of her salary, or $1,613, from her personal account to her tax savings account. This leaves Mary with $2,419 to pay household and living expenses.
All right, so give me your candid and honest thoughts about this example. What do you think of this? And you go first, and I'll come back.
40% too high.
Too high? Okay. Marianne? Okay, personal savings. So like she's taking that amount. Okay. With you?
Yeah, I was gonna say her tax line for what she's putting away for taxes. She's making, so she's doing the different brackets, there's a different taxation, so
The key is kind of is just like getting headlights on. Right? Yeah. Well, because the truth of it is, especially when we're getting started, because it's in years and years, when we're getting started, especially since you don't start and like have commissions within 2 weeks, it's usually be at least 100 days. And that's you get a client signed in your first couple of weeks, you get a contract within your first 30 or so days, and you have a closing within about 90 days, a little while. Not just not making money, but you've also coughed up a few grand for board dues, all this other stuff. So at that point, Mary's cashing her $4,000, or her $9,000 check, and then she really set aside 40%.
At this point, you're living on a farm.
Exactly, right? Or if you're like me, it's actually 6 months before you get paid, right? Yeah, and then at which point you're intimately familiar with the unit cost of the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So this isn't generally feasible for when somebody getting started. Now, once you're in business, it might be. And yet there were a couple of people that commented on the 40% for taxes. Now, how much are income taxes?
Depends on how much you make.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody really knows. How many pages is the income tax code? Like 4,000 pages or something. Nobody knows. You don't even know. You don't know until you get that return back and your accountant calls you with the good news and the bad news, right? And probably both. Right? You don't know. It's tough to plan for. You can have some understanding around what the brackets are. You can understand how the graduations work. You can be aware of how much the state income tax is in addition to whatever you're doing for federal. And yet, even if you're in the very highest tax brackets, which are typically over $400,000 of adjusted gross income, for tax purposes, that means after your profit and after your standard deductions and after, which would presume that you're grossing well over $1 million. I pretty much know everybody in the production, and I can tell you that we're not grossing $1 million yet, okay? So you're not in the top of the tax brackets unless you have other household income that's coming in, which you might. I don't know if that's not. Yeah. So 40% would be 40% of, that's not 40% of your gross. In this case, it's 40% of 4,000, less than that, right? This is, in my opinion, this particular method is a little tough to follow and probably does over allocate for income tax. And yet, look at the philosophy of it. I'm going to put a predetermined amount into my business operating account. I'm going to put a predetermined amount in my personal account, and I'm going to set aside a predetermined amount for taxes. Now, if you change the amounts, fine. But if you predetermine what those amounts are, it keeps you out of trouble. It keeps us in the links.
You also with new agency we're thinking about is setting up the corporation.
Mhm.
Because you can pay yourself to the corporation and then the taxes are completely different. So then when we're talking about how much we really pay, corporation can really deal with the work expenses, and on the personal level, we can. So for me, like the second market corporation and then having a business, and then pay yourself for the W two, so you still have the same mentality. You have a tax recall, so you don't have to worry, and you know that this is my expenses and I'm leaving. So then you can put in the saving that you have. It's kind of better sense, at least my opinion.
Yeah, and you're right. We already talked about business entity and salaries here today as well, and that is one of the best practices once you get to a certain point. It typically isn't the first step for a brand new agent, because until they have enough profit, the costs of maintaining, setting up and maintaining the entity are actually greater than the benefits. At a certain point, though, it does make sense. To do that. I had a couple other. Do you have something to add?
I was just saying that that's one of the things that I appreciate about classes like this, because I was 14 years in business before I developed that mentality of knowing how to allocate and put things to the side and to not have this income. What do you mean? I felt like even half my career was like so I didn't feel it as much, but the minute that I was forced into this, oh my God, no one told me this part. Like, what am I supposed to do? But to now actually go into the lesson anyway, I learned that through else.
No, everybody, anyone can sit in this class when you do something about it. And not everybody will. Right? I hope that everybody who's here today will, and yet, the evidence says that it might take you a while, or you might not get to that until you come to this class again maybe next year, right? It's better late than never, and yet it all comes down to that. I'll give you a third option because we went through two scenarios here with Larry. I'll give you a third option just to open up possibilities. It's not just one way to do it. It's actually give you two more options. The way that I run my business, I pay myself a salary. I switched to that point years ago. When I merged my finances, into a household, and I got married, and she had a child, and she had this really crazy question. This is just going to sound outlandish to you guys. She would be like, Alex, how much money are you going to have this month? And I'd be like, and I just get this like blank stare on. What do you mean you don't know? Like, how does that work? How do you like? I'm coming from like bachelorhood. My mortgage payment is like $182 a month. My biggest expense is like a case of good beer. Right? And she's like, yeah, how much money are we running the household on? And I'm like, can't really tell you. It could be zero. It could be like 10. I don't really know. And so eventually I adopted the strategy of paying myself a salary. I set a number. That was what it was basically like the minimum we needed to operate without excess in there. And then we knew every month. Here's how much money's coming in, which allows you to then go and make a budget so you can actually plan your expenses. And I was like, okay, so I'm seeing how this is working. So I did that. Now, anything I take over and above that is discretionary, right? So if I have an excess of cash there, and I'm like, all right, well, let's go get the fence replaced now because the fence is falling over. And, all right, cool, we've got a good cushion there. I can take an extra distribution of our fence, or we're going to go on vacation. We're going to buy the minivan, we're going to put half down. Things like that I can do discretionary, but I'm not putting the money into our hands to be squandered away, right? It's only predetermined when we go, okay, we're going to take it. And we'll do that when it's there. There are times when it's like, pipeline's a little lower, we're not doing anything big. There's other times where it's like, hey, check it out. We've accounted for everything. We've had this much for taxes. We've got this much else. Let's talk about a more fun vacation for the next 6 months. So that's the way that I do it. I think it's like salary movement. That's another way. And then lastly is so I pay myself a true payroll salary once a month because that's the way that my accountant bookkeeper run it once a month. I take a separate scheduled distribution. But it all adds up to, you know, the monthly budget. I do. So the last way is who's read the book Profit First. It's kind of similar to this way. It's different than that. Similar in philosophy. That's yet another method you could use, the way that they teach you Profit First. Listen, all we're saying is like choose a method. There's not only one way to do it, and yet have a way to do it. Just pick a way to do it. Any way is better than no way. Scenario one here is no way, where you just take the money, put it in the account, go have a party, and then, you know, April 15th comes and September 15th, September 15th comes. So I want you to turn to page 5, and there's some blanks there. I just want you to write down any new thinking that you just had because of this conversation about handling collections. And if you can, choose one of these methods and say, you know, I may not have every bit of information that I need, but I like that method the best, and I'm gonna go and explore putting that to it. How you're gonna handle the collection. While you're writing that, I'll just share what I've been teaching based on some math and tax codes and things like this. The simple shortcut for how much money you want to put aside for taxes, typically between 10 to 15% of your GCI. For all taxes. You put aside 10 to 15% of your GCI. You know. Yeah, if you do more, that's great. Then you start to check over taxes. And what is it. 17,000 diapers. So share some of your ahas and some of your decisions.
Okay, so method 3 is where I am mentally. So pay myself a salary. I do not have the schedule every 2 weeks thing. Kind of like how does the month look?
Okay.
If I have a good month, it's every 2 weeks. If not, it's
Okay.
This tax thing is new to just make it a regular habit, but what I did the first is that those checks don't do it. And faithfully put money into a tax. So from the last person who did business plan, we were saying 10%, but you said, no, guess what? It's better than nothing.
It sure is, yeah.
So I do 10%.
Good. My intent on that is just sometimes, you know, this is a model where they're going, hey, at the peak possible existence, you're socking away 40% of your gross margin, is really what this is saying for income taxes. That's great. What I don't want to happen is I don't want that to look unattainable and have you not start. So I'd rather you do something, even if it's not exactly how this looks. I'd rather you do something with intent.
I guess I'm curious as to your model in respect to mine's a setup. Maybe I'm curious as to, I guess, with the way you do it, it's different.
Well, I've got my personal account down here. I've got my business account up here, right? Now my business income is all over the place, and it's real estate, right? It does that. But every month I'm taking a certain amount of money, and that's going in my personal account. Same amount. Now, there may be months where my balance in my business account goes up a lot because I had a big month and I only took the same amount of money. And maybe I have a really down month where it actually the balance overall decreases because I paid out more money than we're in. But there's enough in there because I'm only taking what I need. Right? There's enough in there that's fine. And eventually over time, you know, when you manage the business well, you grow the pipeline, you grow your production, and you don't keep taking more and more and more and more money, where it just keeps going up. And you keep having more cash and then you do fun stuff with it. Right? So that's, yes, it's a dollar. Yeah.
There's 2 things in there that you didn't quite say what you did say, which is, first of all, you determine the bare minimum amount you need
Yes.
as your payment, right? That was one. Another thing you didn't really put on that I know about your business does enough lead generation to have enough consistent business to then do what we're talking about. Now I just want to, I mean, that's taking me a while to get figured out, you know, it's great to pay yourself a salary, if you know, enough consistent forever. That, it all comes back to consistent lead generation. Whether it's marketing or prospecting, what you do. So I just probably will go in for that.
And you know, and on that note, here, this is, you guys want to know the real deal? My personal checking account overdue. I love it. I love it. There's 5 days left of the month. I have ridiculous amount of cash. But personal, you know, I guess the card got swiped a few many times. There's multiple people in the household. Sometimes that happens, right? Overdue. Okay. We got the little thing where it pulls the amount in, so that, you know, like, I'm fine. I'm fine. Because that is a system of checks and balances that keeps us from letting spending go beyond where it needs to, because we've set the number where it needs to. And if we're using more than that, it's just really. We're not gonna get that, right? But it's not enough. We're not gonna go without necessities, but you know, but it's a when you get the little balance there, right, on your phone, it's like, hey, wait a second, think about what you're spending, what did you do, right? And sometimes there's that conversation. Yeah.
How do you determine how much you pay your team? How did you determine that?
Well, I think originally I set it based on what I thought what our minimum needs were, right? What we need to spend on groceries, how much is the mortgage, and all that. Kids, you know, it's out with kids' clothes. There always has to be a limit to it. A couple items for that. You know, so you set what you can. Now, if your business is not producing enough that you can pay yourself your minimum monthly, you know, your whole budget every month, if you can't do that yet, then start with a smaller number and take extra as you can, right? Just start with something. When I did it, I was in a place where I was able to, right? But you don't have to be able to start. You can say, all right, well, hey, I'm just going to get in the habit. Remember, on the other page, you said we're laying the foundations for habits. Start the habit. Start paying yourself a salary, even if it's a small one to start. And then over time, as your business produces more, you can increase that. That's your choice.
So this is last year, just going through this process and learning about paying yourself first, the IRS, and having a business account. It was very overwhelming. And I spoke with Angie from John, like she was the only person that said something to me that made sense. Keep it simple. So if you don't have the business account, just open up a separate account in your name that you can put your commissions in so that you don't commingle, right? I literally just got commingling. So now.
Co-minglers Anonymous, right? Here we are. My name is Fenske, and I'm recovering from it.
Right? So I just recently opened up, so I was torn between getting an S corp and doing this and doing that. And so it's just something that I was like, you know what, this year, I'm just gonna keep it simple, see everything play it out, and then I'll know how to schedule myself for 2022. So I opened the business account in my LLC, okay? And thank you. And so now I can have my commission check in my business name. I'm gonna give myself the first quarter, see how it works. Maybe I go into the second quarter, but by June, I want to be paying myself out. I'm just saying that's the thing. It can be overwhelming, and I was literally stressed out now. But keeping it simple is just doing that one thing of opening a checking account that's not your personal account. And then I just transfer the money over to my personal account every month. I literally put it on something salary. But
Unofficially.
unofficially,
You built a habit.
I built a habit of, and then I know my expenses, I can just spend the money. So I figured out, okay, this is what I need, and a little bit of access to whatever for the month. So it's easier said than done, but just opening up one separate account for the donation.
It was a simple step that put you in a position to take the next step. Right? We talk about these big models, and this is the end goal, right? If you don't go from where you're at to this, like that. It's a series of incremental steps. And that first step might just be paying yourself a $500 a month salary. So that second step, maybe I'm not setting the business in yet, but I'm just gonna take this dormant credit card that I don't use, and I'm gonna declare that that's my business card. And I'm only gonna put business stuff on it. And I'm gonna take this other checking account. It's not a business checking account, it's just a personal checking account. What I'm gonna do, clear that one, my business account. My commission's gonna go in there. And anything that's on an auto draft for business expenses is not. And now I've separated it. And now that allows you to see what your business is actually doing.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, right? I mean, like, I went through Chase, I'm like, well, let me apply for the business credit card. And they need like approve me for a high amount. So I'm like, oh, I walked out of there like, that's a big old
Great. Thank you for that, Rob.
Two things, for 2 months. I dubbed the Kelly Captain Legion. When I call every day and hear Legion, I like to decide because Legion.
It's the focus. It's kind of a big deal.
Captain Legion. You're gonna have a big L. I'm gonna get you a suit.
You may kiss the ring.
Looking forward to that.
The second thing is, in this business, things move really fast. It's easy to get really high and really low in day-to-day transactions. And I think the thing that's omnipresent to me is, for myself, I need to think long term. We go through a lot of cash, and we generate a lot of cash and commissions, and then to see, it's not really, you have to remind yourself you're running a business. It's not your money per se. And I think that thinking of it long term helps me think of many different ways to defer taxes, I guess, or get rid of taxes with more than money, like buying property. Because when I look at what I take in and then I look at the gross income, oh, it's consent, but I take in a lot.
Yeah.
So,
But we do want our adjusted gross income 140.
yeah. But
That is what we want.
a good accountant sells.
Unless you get a mortgage, and you plan for that, right? Yeah. All right. One more aha on this. Then we're gonna keep going.
You mentioned the bookkeepers.
Yes.
So they would share like, I know the business, the money and your expenses. So the first mistake that was there is like, I had like no money, but there was a requisite money like against us, like, you know that money is coming, but like, my debt was like financial restoration.
Right.
And it's like, so crazy, so like having the system, that's for me was like the biggest outcome. Really set the goal and keep the expenses for me. For me was like a big discovery for many types of payments we had like opening credit cards, debit cards, and even doing good.
Yeah.
So it was like campaign really good purpose.
Yep. That's great. But so actually, speaking of profit first, who in the room here is going to Cabo for the upper meeting? Passport's not ready because the author is going to be there.
I know.
And as of late, a couple of days ago, Tom Wheelwright, the author of Tax Deductions, is super cool. So you have a lot of great ahas on that, I love hearing that because you can do something with it. We're gonna keep moving forward here. So turn to page 6.
Was that tax free first or tax free?
Tax free wealth.
Alex, quick question.
Yes.
The link
For like people that are logged in right now, everybody who registered for a digital ticket was sent that link.
this morning?
Well, yesterday, or some of the people that registered late or switched or whatever.
Okay.
So on page 6, we got this question here. How do you measure success? It's easy when you're in a room full of agents and you're talking about the production. How do they usually tell you about their business's financial performance? What are the numbers they usually talk about? Volume, says the commercial guy, of course. 20 million even. Right? Right? Well, it might be okay, but it'd be cool to close it much more. What other numbers do people use? Yeah, units, which can be great until you realize that your average commission amount is $4,300, and you have to close an absurd number of units in order to run your life, right? And I'm not hating, right? I don't have a high sales price. It takes a lot of work to do that. And yet units are one thing. You know, what else? What else are we talking about? Yeah, even GCI, right? But remember that example I gave you at the beginning of the class? Like we could have the same GCI and be living in two drastically different ways. And I tell you, that is the truth. And when I tell you, I don't think we have the chart in here. There's a chart in our business planning kind of materials where it shows the best practices model and what all the expenses and margins and everything are. We already looked at the model today. And then it shows a breakdown at different levels of production. What are the actual averages? Because this is real research. When we teach these models, this is not stuff that someone made up. This is reality, right? And the reality is that for very large businesses right now, the average profit margin is only about half of the model. So when I tell you, when I use that example of double the profit margin, that's happening right now. There's probably people, you know, even at the existing production levels that are represented in the room, there's probably people operating at profit margins that are quite different from each other. This is very real. What matters isn't how much you close or how many you close or how much money even comes in. What matters is how much you eat. So my goal is that eventually everybody who's sitting here today can adopt enough of these strategies so that you can actually talk about how much money you keep. What was your net profit this year? And it's okay to know that right now, you're in the right place because that shows that you can really do it. You're getting it. Right? Business owners talking to the profit. Real estate salespeople talking to the bottom and course commission. And the truth is they only talk about that because they don't know the profit. They don't know. I will tell you that anybody that gets up on the stage at our family reunion convention or mega camp or anything like that, Keller Williams has looked at that too. And they are running a profitable business. Otherwise, they will not be allowed on the stage to tell you what to do. Because the industry is really for people who are going to tell you to do what they do, and behind the scenes, they're actually losing money. No joke, no exaggeration, they're losing money. So, but you won't experience that. Anyone that's going to come up and talk to you, myself including, I've been all on the that's just like thing. You're not going to get told somebody. So we're going to talk about profit. We're not going to focus on those other numbers, though they are part of the conversation. What are some of the things that you do with profit? Page 7. You can fund the big life you've always envisioned. You can reinvest it in your business, people, or other stuff. Probably people is the best investment there. You can invest in your own future financially, investment properties, other businesses. Right? When we started, we got the title company. I'm actively laying out plans for other things that we're going to start for our agents to buy into, whether the hospitals or property management, mortgage, insurance, real estate investment trusts, all sorts of things that we're creating. You can use your money to invest in things like that. So to build a legacy through charity. I got what does my shirt say? For those on Zoom, you can't see it. What does my shirt say? Yes, I mean, how much money can you give your favorite charity when you're broke versus how much can you give when you're wealthy? The money's not bad. Right? For those that have read or studied the Bible, does the Bible say that money is bad? You know, what's bad? The love of money. Yeah, so you're not supposed to be broke. Like nobody ever said you should be broke. However, a lot of our programming things has misinterpreted what has been said, and we're like, oh no. Right? Just do something good with it. What's that?
They tell Alex to stay at the mic or against it.
Well, our mic is right there, so I can't. I don't know, and I apologize for those that are on there. I actually didn't know coming into it, like that moved up there, so still going on. Yeah, it's doing that, but they said that they could hear earlier after I changed it, so I haven't changed anything else. And I apologize, I don't know what else to do unless someone touches the ball like this.
He said there's an extra movement. He said in the office that he was a backup. He said you should have the world.
Well, yeah. If you can see, if you can find a backup mic, I'll plug one in here. So what I want you to do, what I want you guys to do is to turn to page 8 and write down some of the dreams you intend to fulfill with your profit. Like, let's say you get all the profit that you can imagine. What are you going to do with it? And then if you can, write down a ballpark of how much that would take. And let me hear what you wrote down. What are some of the dreams that you're looking to fulfill, and how much money is that going to take?
So the overview of it, the simple is, it's, I'm following this one. To me, it's the ultimate goal is netting $1 million past the year. There's a number of things to contribute to that, but what I get to do with that, and I'm excited about is to continue to invest in power range market centers, which I love. I love every aspect of it, so that's one thing. Another is to fund experiences for my family and my people. Get into that, but I'll just take fun experiences. And the last one is the safety. Create that financial, the safety moat around the family for life's unexpected, so we can have dignity in our late years, which can quickly, you know what I mean? Like it's the safety. So we need that goal is possibly.
Awesome. And if you had more, you'd still have some great uses for it, right? And there's really not a limit to what you can use with that sort of.
I would take that to folks and double it. That's what I would do.
Well, that's always assumed to be the case. Yeah, tell how about you.
So my long term would be basically just doing traveling, but that's pretty.
Right. Got some other hands up, Alex.
Yeah, so you can have a thing. It's for me in Pasadena. So for me, it was just really with money is money. That's the first time we really connected. Because I was wanting to have money and feel good. So that's like having the free time that you can really do anything you want. And the biggest goal, the biggest purpose is of having a mentality. I would like to have building technology, building all the money, exchange, everything. Yes, we can put points, so things for this year, we're going to use triple numbers in terms of the total. This year is really to double those numbers. So when I have that in mind, I just did using to be as a realtor, and then just like 20% minimum for marketing, also this is the copies of that can be for that. Also, materials and So, amazing report.
The line of sight there.
You are just beautiful, sun kiss, I promise you. Okay, so you know how I feel. First of all, thank you for this class. Second of all, I've screwed myself wrong because I haven't set aside anything. And I'm sure when the taxes come, they're
Okay.
like you.
That was in the past.
But today, so
Okay.
I want to take my daughter and my son on a month-long trip to foreign lands because I was in the military, so I've seen them. I want them to experience something outside the United States or create memories for future generations. And I'm a veteran, so I want to buy like old hotels and rehab them and fix them up so veterans that are homeless can get the services that they need. And over a year's period of time, put them in a place where they could use their VA home loans and purchase their first home loans. And it'd be continually so that we could reduce our veteran homeless population, especially the ones with children that are sleeping in cars and stuff like that. So and it's gonna take me, I know realistically it's gonna take me a lot more than $1 million, but that's a start.
Sure. So when we talk about your profit and the hard decisions, like everybody, all the people who are affected by what you just said, they need you to do this. They need you to go and lead generate so you can actually have the business so that you can make the money, so that you can keep the money, so that you can go and build that, so you can go and help those kids, right? So that you can give your family experiences that will change their life. They need you to do this. This is a lot bigger than we're talking about dollars and those things. Thank you guys for sharing that stuff. You're gonna need that to power you through some of these tough choices that you have to make. Right? Thank you for sharing that. On the bottom of page 8, it's got a little gray box. What tool do you have to keep your eye on your profits? Visible? It says, does KW provide? Anybody can use it. Well, not everybody can use that. That can help a little bit. Yeah, the MREA chart of accounts, right? When they wrote the million, what's that? MREA chart of accounts. So MREA stands for Million Real Estate. Back in 2003, we did all the initial research behind documenting the production, the practices, and the finances of the most successful real estate businesses in both million real estate. In there, they published a chart of accounts. And a chart is just a way to do the bookkeeping, right? So it just means like, what do I call my categories? How do I organize my income and expenses? The MREA chart of accounts is a model that top producing agents use. That's how they organize it, so that when I put my P&L next to yours, we can actually help each other. Right? You know, well, hey, I noticed that your lead gen expense as a percentage of GCI is actually lower than mine. Tell me, what are you doing for lead generation expense? You spend that money. You might be getting a better return. But if we're using all different charts, you can't do that. So they created a model so that agents can organize their income expenses the same way, so that we can help each other.
Is that the budget line?
When we talk about the budget model, the tool itself is the chart. Yeah, and then that sort of doubles as your P&L budget. And then when you create your actual reporting, that's your actual P&Ls.
And this is how the John White knew that.
Oh, what do you know? You know more about it than yeah, it's not the MREA chart. You can't use that. You can't put yours next to the kids and help each other. You can't do that with so the MREA chart is available internally through Keller Williams from a zillion places. If you're not with us, you can go to kellerink.com, KELLERINK. That's the website for all the books that they've written and everything. And there's a bunch of free resources on there. The MREA chart is one of them. And I'll probably just send it out to everybody who's registered today afterwards. This is a spreadsheet. And you're probably not going to do it in a spreadsheet unless you hire a bookkeeper that needs to have the tool. Right? We're going to talk about that. We're going to go into more depth about that in this class. But that's the tool that helps us to learn what our profit is and compare our actuals to the model. The model being, this is what's possible. And you want to be able to work towards running your business as efficiently as possible. Turn to page 9. Now, I'm going to have everybody take just like 2 or 3 minutes and go through this list on page 9. There's 17 questions there. And you're gonna read the question and mark yes, no, or sometimes. And then after you're done with this, you might feel a little mopey, so you're gonna be like, shit. Right? So take like 3 minutes and mark yes, no, or sometimes on all those line items there.
This is what I said this year, right? Not in the past.
Just apply it right now. That's what's going on right now. You all funky and mopey. Get up and take it. Okay. Our break is going to be around. We've been adjusting the timing as we're going. Yeah, we'll take a break. I was going to do it in about 30 minutes. If you got to discuss it. All right. See some people finishing. How do you feel about where you're at? Your assessment?
Yep, getting better.
How did you feel last time you did this
Yeah, I
assessment?
feel good.
Right, so progress is possible. Rob, what did you say?
Getting better.
Getting better, all right?
Little by little.
Speechless.
Oh, it's
We have a
okay.
lot of work to do.
You know what, that's fine. Because just like we talked about, everybody in this business starts with all this. And you hear that, right? It was important enough for you, it's in everybody, right? We have work that we do, we have things, and taking out the better part of the day to be here means it's important enough for you to do something. So congratulations on that.
Yeah, but I would say too, I've started before, so off the rails, like none of this, not even close.
I can attest.
And the first, he knows, he's the only one. I mean, when I started, I would sit in bus like this, and my eyes would just roll. I mean, I wasn't even tracked. And then it would be like, okay, I can breathe now, and I would like find a way to do one teeny little thing. And that's all it is. It's just breathe, and just your brain's taking it in, even if you don't think it is. And you just start little baby steps. If I can do it, I think that's true.
Yes, indeed.
17 was the outstanding consumer representative. Consumer debt, or like,
It's like, God, standing.
No.
Man, we talk about this letter jacket. No, it just means any consumer debt is out. It's outstanding. All right, so look, wherever you're at, this is like, so take yourself and get out of any self-judgment that you may be in, because wherever you're at, it's fine. That's where you're at. And the opportunity ahead of you is to start exactly where you are and start taking steps forward. No matter whether you check all no's or you check mostly yeses, whatever. You can start where you're at and take a step forward. So turn the page and write down what you're going to do with what you leave from this class with today. Now, you might not know everything you haven't been through the whole class, but with what you learned so far in that assessment that you just did, turn to page 10 and just write down at least one action that you can do, or one of these areas that you're gonna take a step in. Write it down, and then we're gonna start talking about the MRE in March. People that are television audience, they see you, and I had you automatically muted for you. Feel free to unmute yourself to speak on any of the stuff that we're talking about or contribute to. You should be able to hear you. They got something written down? Good. Then page 12, we're gonna go into the MREA models themselves. Talk about the chart of accounts, talk about the flow of money. When we say a model, I know I use that word a lot. We're just talking about a way of doing things that generates a predictable result. Right? You don't have to come up with this. We already know if you do things a certain way, we know what the outcome will be. So that's all I'm saying when I say model. And on page 12, you'll see what we would call the economic model, and sometimes people will call it 30-30-40. We're going to go over this in a little bit more detail. The overview is this number one is for a millionaire real estate business, meaning a business that's grossing at least $1 million. If you're a solo agent and your gross is 50, 60, 100, 200, $300,000, your profit margin will be higher than this because your expenses like this. So $1 million business that has administrative staff, that has team members that they're paying, right? That's what this is for. This is the model that you grow to if you choose. The top line says income, gross commission income. And then on the right-hand column it says percentage of GCI. GCI means gross commission income. So your gross commission income is 100% of your gross commission. That's your top line revenue. When we build this chart, and you look at P&L, the flow of the money we say is the next line is cost of sales. We're going to go into that. It's basically the expenses that you pay only when you close a sale. And at that scale, that will account for 30% of your gross commission income. Then you will have operating expenses, which is all of your other expenses that you pay even when you don't have a sale. That's another 30%, which leaves you with 40% of your gross commission as profit margin. That is what's possible when you're running a full-blown team. That's a crazy good business. Does anyone know what profit margins are typically in the business world? Like if you talk about, oh gosh, if you're 20, crush it. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. 10 to 12 is pretty common. When you think about retailers and places like that, 10% probably is perfect. Right? Amazon, I heard once quoted that Amazon's net profit margin is 1%, but they're doing it. It's like half the world. So I would take the 1%. And that's what I mean is like you might be running a smaller business than this at a 60% profit margin, and yet 40% of 2 million, I would trade for that. Wouldn't you? Right? I'd rather have 40% of 2 million than 60% of 100,000. So the lower profit margin doesn't necessarily mean worse or not as good. It's just as you build the business, your dollars of net income go up, your profit margin will go down. You can keep it at 40, even though not everybody is doing it. This is the model. You start with your gross commission income. You account for 30% of that as cost of sale, 30% operating expense, and then 40% net profit before tax. Yes, I'm going to hit that point about 15,000 times today before tax. It's not account for tax. This means if you gross $1 million, you should be netting how much? 400,000. Exactly. Yes.
When they have the dash, is that a combination of income and profit, or are they?
I just interchanging words. Yeah, net income is the same thing as profit.
I guess like my conclusion when it comes from pay yourself a salary, that's like income and an expense, and the profit is separate from what you're paying.
When you begin looking at your business as a business, that's a separate thing from you personally. A salary that your business pays to you personally, it may be income to you personally. The business is an expense.
So for that, it's basically just like profit.
That would be well, if you want to keep it by the book, a salary that an owner's salary is an operating.
So yeah, when they say net income slash profit, they mean like after all the salary.
Yep. Now you can treat it a little bit differently. You can consider this bottom line to be total combined compensation. So you can say, hey, I'm putting myself salary as a distribution. throw some money in my 401k, and at the end of the year, I'm gonna consider all the money that I took out of the business to be profit. You could do that, and you can account for it, in the more formal way of putting salaries and putting whatever you paid yourself on commissions and your cost of sale. You could do it that way too. Typically, when you get to this scale of business, it becomes more important. If you're a solo agent or you have like an admin or team member or something like that, it's not quite as important. When you get to this level, you need to be accounting for manager or organization.
So it's feasible then that million gross.
Yeah.
That's really.
It's a great business. The average is 22%, which means that you got some people doing 40. I know for a fact you have some people doing more than that. But if the average is 22, you also got some people doing.
Just add something that I think that should be changed in this like in the past, not like so. Because I think it's like I talking for myself and just my position. When you look at net income, you literally putting yourself this is yourself. So no one, I mean, I personally overheard like operating expenses should be my salary there. So I was feeling other people's salary. But when it looks like for myself, when I'm pretty sure that most of the people looking at the net income, so that's something to keep. So that's how we're going into that, like, we should set spending over more than we really.
So who said you had to take all of the profit out of the business?
No, because it's net income.
Uh-huh.
And then income is the seller. Like. So
It's the net income of the business, not you personally.
Yeah.
Not you personally. It's the business net income.
But I was just talking in general because we all coming as a W-2s. So for you, income is income seller.
Not personal income.
Yeah,
But
but
your point is, it's confusing.
Right.
yes.
Yeah.
In any of the stuff that we're talking about your business. When we're talking about your personal salary, we'll talk about that. But this is the language of business, and in business, when you look at a P&L of a business, that bottom line is going to say net income or net income before tax or
No, now I
EBIT.
understand that, but I think that's for the newer agents because you're not coming from the business background.
Right.
You never started business, so this is very confusing when the very fresh agents listen to this. I just coming as a suggestion to tweak a little bit in explanation because it's really tricky. I mean,
Well, I appreciate you pointing that out, and yeah, for clarity's sake, this is your business's net income. Now, how much you are taking out of the business is a part of what we're talking about today, and yeah, you don't want to take all the profit out if you can help it, right? Getting started, you might have to, at this level, you better not.
it's
Right?
really like a check,
Yeah,
yeah.
So this is the 30-30-40 model, and if you break it down to an individual commission check, theoretically, it would look like this. 10,000 comes in, 3,000 would go to cost of sale, 3,000 operating expense. That's not how the money gets handled, but it's basically a calculation. The way that the money flows in the business, and we're on page 13. Of course, this is just the basics of how business works. Chronologically, like income comes in, expenses go out, and what's left is profit. Okay, simple enough. When you plan, though, when you design how the business is going to work, you don't want to start with income and then see what expenses happen and then just end up with what's left. That's not how we plan it. We plan to be using the principle of begin with the end of the month. So you start with your profit goal. And then from your profit goal, we use the model to say, how much do I need to gross? Because we're planning for certain percentages for our expenses. We start with our profit goal. We figure out then how much we need to gross, and then we account for the anticipated expenses. If you're using the 30-30-40 model, you're going to start with your profit goal. You would say, well, what's that 40% of? If my profit goal was $400,000, I would say, well, $400,000 is 40% of $1 million. Therefore, I need to gross $1 million in order to hit my profit goal. And then I would use that model, 30% cost of sale, 30% operating expense to figure out the expense. And this is how we plan. We start with our profit. You don't want to plan and say, oh, my goal is to gross $1 million, and then I'll see what's left. Who cares about the gross? Right? It's how much you make, it's how much you keep. Start with the end in mind, start with your profit goal, and then we use the formulas to back that out to how much gross commission income you need, which tells you how many units you need. You want to start with your profit goal and use the model to figure out how much gross income that means you need to generate. So if my goal for my life is to net profit $400,000 in the business, and I've decided that because I know I need this much for my household, I want to make these investments, I want to set this up, I want to pay for that, it adds up to 400. Okay, great. So I need to keep 400. If I'm going to keep 400, how much do I need to gross? Using this model, $1 million. Right? Yeah. So, that helps you there. Okay. Have you already been thinking of setting your goals this way, or have you been setting goals starting with your gross income? And that's the natural way to do it. And yet, who's read the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People? Old book, still highly applicable, and that's one of them. One of the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People is begin with an end. If you take that approach to everything you do, you'll be shocked at how your view on things changes. When you start to ask yourself the question, what is it that I hope to do? Like, where am I going with this? What's the end result? It likely will change the way you view the path to get there. One of my favorite quotes is from Alice in Wonderland. It's Alice is walking through the woods. Definitely no question. And she comes upon the Cheshire Cat and says, well, excuse me, I'm lost. Would you mind telling me where to go? Which is path to take. And the cat says, well, that depends a great deal on where you get to. And she says, well, I don't know where to go. He says, well, then anyway. Doesn't matter, right? If you begin with the end in mind, it'll actually the path where it is. But if you're just flailing around, we're in a path where it is. You're just starting to Cheshire Cat. Very close to do it. So we're gonna go through an exercise for this in a second. I want to go a little bit more detail into that model we just looked at. So turn to page 14. Okay, what goes into your real estate business is commission. What the percentage is, it varies based on your business, your area, and everything. Your income sources are from listings, sales, referrals, maybe leasing if that's what you do, whatever. You have all your income. And then,
Oh, here we go.
There you go. Okay. Is this directional?
Yeah.
Put it this way. For my television audience, can you guys hear me all right? Can you hear me better, worse? What do you think right now? Test. All right, I'll keep going until I see something in the chat there.
I can hear you good, Alex.
Thank you. All right, great.
You're welcome.
So what goes out is all of your expenses. Now let's get specific. Cost of sale. Cost of sale, I got to re-click the slideshow. Cost of sale is the cost that you only incur when you complete a sale. That's not a whole lot of line items. They add up, they're big expenses, but it's whatever commission you pay out of your, whatever money you pay out of your commission to the brokerage. Any like royalty or franchise fees you pay that are withheld at closing or upon processing of your check. If you have a team, it's money that you pay to a team member at the closing. And it's referral fees, whether you pay those to an agent or to an online referral company like a Home Light or something like that. The way you typically know what is a cost of sale is in real estate, you generally never handle that money. You never touch it, never hits your account, right? When
if I've got a team member that closed a deal and there was a referral fee on it and I paid some company dollar on it, whatever, when I get my deposit, my commission deposit, all that stuff's already been paid. I never actually touched that money. It came out of my gross. That's all cost of sale. There's nothing else that's a cost of sale. That's it. You follow? You good?
But how you count, like, if the deal didn't close and you still have a cost, like a pictures, for example.
Do you pay for photography even if you don't close the sale?
Yeah.
Then it's not a cost of sale.
Okay, so that's like a lot.
Photography is not on that list, right? So
Okay.
photography, listing, signs, this isn't describing is fixed versus variable expenses, right? Like if I do more deals, I'm going to pay more in photography. It's a variable expense. But it's still an operating expense because I pay for that even if I don't close.
Okay.
Now a referral fee, if it doesn't close, I don't pay it, right? I don't have to pay company commission if I didn't close. Right? I only pay these costs when I close the sale and collect the money.
The key
Shinto?
for me is we never handle that money because I was gonna say, well, what about the transaction coordinator who helped you? But I control that money. I have to pay her.
Exactly.
Not like actually coming.
Yeah.
So-
And that's the one exception where you could go either way with it. Just pick which way you're going with it. I personally would want to keep that as an operating expense because that's really more of its function. I didn't pay that money to get the business, and that's really what these things are. So I personally would treat that as an operating expense. You could put it in cost of sale. That's one that you could go either way. Yes.
What would be the difference? And would there be a major reason why you would choose one?
It's just a matter of how you prefer to keep the books. There isn't a right or a wrong way. I personally would say, listen, it's not one of these things, and that's contract labor, and that's where I book it. I book that in contract labor. Well, I did when I used that kind of thing. That's why I put that, which is an operating expense. My opinion is that's where it belongs, but that's just my opinion, man. Any Big Lebowski fans? No. Okay. That's just like your opinion, man. So these are your cost of sales, and that's it. When we talk about millionaire income, $1 million gross, like that accounts for all of these things. Okay. Everything else is an operating expense. So here's an example. This will apply to anybody that's on like a capped commission structure or what have you. So when you close a deal, depending on what commission plan you're on or whatever, in this example, they're saying, hey, if you're paying 30% company dollar and 6% royalty, and you close a $9,000 deal, you'll pay $2,700 in company dollar, you'll pay $540 in royalty, and the money that will hit your bank account would be $5,760. We would call that your gross margin. That's your money after your cost of sales. A different example would be if once you've already capped on royalty, but you haven't capped on company dollar, the amount will be a little bit higher. Your cost of sale on that transaction went down a bit. When you're capped on both, you don't have any cost of sale on that deal unless you paid a referral fee or whatever, right? At that point, you're at 100% and you keep the full gross commission amount. But in any example, all of these expenses are cost of sale. Any questions on that? Okay. Operating expenses are everything else, like literally everything else. So we're not going to spend a ton of time on it. We're going to go through some lists here, but it's every other expense in your business. It's not what we just said. A lot of those are nickel and dime sort of stuff. They might cost you a few bucks a piece, but they add up. And again, at scale, including salaries in particular, salaries and lead gen are your two biggest operating expenses. So salaries and lead gen, but all that stuff adds up to 30% at scale. If you don't have an administrative person, you're not paying a salary, your operating expenses better not be 30%. They better be about half that. Yes. Good question. So it says on here rent, that would be office rent. So if you rent an office space, it would be a business expense. We'll get into deductions and the potential business use of a home deduction, which is a little kind of a hairy one, but we are going to talk about that. Thanks for asking. It's up to you how you want to treat that. The purest way would be to include that as an operating expense. Lastly, what's left over? It's kind of suck to talk about it as leftover. It's like, that's the profit. But what's left is the net profit. And you can use that to grow the business, invest in your future. That, you know, maybe you may take some personally, whatever the case may be. So right now, I want you to write down your current profit goal for the current year after tax, like the actual, after you've accounted for taxes and everything, the dollar amount of the dollars that you actually want to use this year. Write that goal down here on page 16, where it says, what is your profit goal for the year? If you don't know, pick something. If you've been to business planning clinic and you don't know, see me after class.
I'm good, man.
This would be the number that basically represents like your typical living expenses, right? Your ordinary household budget plus whatever you want to, if you have a goal this year to pay off certain debts or to save a certain amount of money or buy an investment property, whatever you want to use your money for this year. That's the number we're looking for. If you don't know, just pick one so that we can move you through the rest of this. Can't have it blank though. All right. Seeing pens writing, seeing eyes coming up. Everybody got a number written down there? Okay. Now we're gonna do the math. Take a deep breath. It's not count. It's just a couple dividing things. Okay. Turn to page 17, and we're gonna do this exercise. I'm gonna give you an example, and then I'm gonna have you do it yourself. So in the top box, you're gonna write your goal that you just wrote down. So there's no math on that one. You're just going to start with the number that you wrote. I'm going to use an example of 250. Now, in this case, they're saying to account for 40% tax liability, which would mean dividing this number by 0.6 to figure out what your before tax profit has to be. So to work that backwards, if I have a net profit in the business of 416 to 666, and then I set aside 40% for taxes, I actually get to keep 250. Now, we said earlier 40% is higher than you probably need to plan for, and yet I'm not going to change the numbers in this because it gets confusing. All right, so we're going to leave it like it is. If you feel like you're an advanced mathematical person and you want to account for 30% profit, then this would be 70%. Do that at your own risk. We won't have time to help you. Listen, it's my first rodeo, okay? I know that the spiral goes down fast with that. But if you're great at numbers and you want to work a different tax allocation, fine. So if you're going to keep 250, then you need to have a net business profit of 416,666. And if you're going to have a profit margin of 40% using that 30-30-40 model, then in order to have a net business profit of 416,666, I need to gross 1,041,666. I don't know what's with all the sixes. I didn't do that. Okay. Stop it. Sorry. Come on, Michael. So if I'm going to have gross commission income of 1,041,666, now I need to figure out how many units I need to sell in order to gross that. You either already know your average commission dollar amount or you don't. If you know it, use it. If you don't know it, use like $6,000, or in this example, 7,500. If you have a price point, use a higher price point, use 10 grand, whatever you think your typical gross commission check is. You're going to take your gross commission total, divide it by your typical commission amount. That's going to tell you how many units you have to close. Right? So in this example, how many $7,500 commission checks do I need to close in order to hit my goal? I need 139 of them. Everyone following? And then lastly, we're going to use our commission, our gross commission total again. We're going to use the 30-30-40 model, and we're going to find 30% of that. And we're going to plan for that as our cost of sale and the same number as our operating expense. So you take that times 0.3, 312.5, 312.5. So that's how you start with the end in mind, and you back out the numbers to form your economic model. Now there's a line here that says if you're a sole agent, remember I said it, this model is for the 30, 30, 40 is for a team that's paying agents when they close sales. That has a higher cost of sale. If you don't have that and you only have, for example, if you have a $19,000 cap on your company dollar and a $3,000 royalty cap, then your only cost of sale is going to be $22,000. Unless you're paying referral fees. So if you're a solo agent, you can just take your cap amounts and just call that your cost of sale. If you're running a team, use 30%. And here's a hint. If your unit goal is higher than 36, I'd recommend planning for a salary. If your unit goal is higher than 50 or 60-ish, I'd recommend planning for a salary and team members. Unless you want to also plan to be in the hospital. Real thing, by the way. Yeah, if your unit goal is above 36, you're going to need some administrative help. Yeah. That's a quick aside. That's just an FYI. If you're like, I'm going to close 89 deals and you're like, oh, I'm not going to have 30% cost of sale. I'm not going to have 30 operating expense. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. You will. Yeah, same thing. So who needs some help working through this? I know this is not come easily to everybody.
Yeah, for the last 2 boxes by myself.
Okay.
The first time we took this, I couldn't even get that far.
I know. So you just need these last two.
Yeah.
So you're just going to take your total gross commission amount, multiply it by 0.3. Yeah, 30%. That's your cost of sale. That same number is also your operating expense. So if you're planning for a team, these bottom two numbers will be the same numbers. Rob, what did you say? You said it under your breath, but say it out loud.
Numbers seem unrealistic.
You seem unrealistic. Tell me about that.
33,000 to make 200,000. That doesn't seem right.
You accounted for 40% income tax, right?
Good question.
Well, if you followed the numbers in the material, then you accounted for 40% income tax, right? 200 to 333, that looks right. That's 40% of 833, yes. 132 units to get 833, that looks good. Your cost of sale to do 132 units though is going to be more than solo agent. Okay. So actually, your gross is going to end up. Well, you already used this 40%. So no, this is you would just want to copy this 250 up to here. It's going to be gross 33 minus 250 minus 250 equals 3. So the numbers are right.
Why is the cost of sales so high?
Because to do 139 units, you're going to be paying team members. You're not just going to be a solo agent there.
Like percentage splits.
Yeah, you're going to be paying team members, when they close a deal.
Even showing partners at 15 or 25%.
For 139 units, you're going to need more than that. Yep. Yeah. You can do probably 60 to 80 yourself when you have 2 full-time admin and you have leverage off from the buyer side. But anything above that, someone else is going to have to do those sales.
Yeah. I'm planning to get right to that threshold.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
Check back with me later.
Sounds good.
So I just did 40,000.
Okay.
I do.
I just did it.
Okay.
So in order for me to net 40,000, I have to make 167,000. In order for me to get the 157,000, I have to sell 23 homes. That's what it's saying.
Theoretically, yes, that's following the content. Though for a net 40, you're not going to need administrative help, and you're not going to have cost of sale any higher than your company dollar cap. That's so your profit margin will be higher than 40%. You're not going to have to actually gross that much because this is the model at the $1 million gross scale.
Okay.
If you're a solo agent doing 36 or fewer transactions, your cost of sale is not going to be more than just your company dollar cap, right? And royalty, that's all it's going to be. Your operating expense is not going to be 30% because you're not going to be paying a salary, and that accounts for a salary. So we do need to make adjustments for the big model when we apply it to a business that doesn't have the same org chart. My goal here is for everybody to understand the flow of the model so we can go back and change the numbers later if they don't apply to the structure of your business. Right. So that's where we go. Let's sit down and change these up a bit. And I typically, for a solo agent, no admin, I would usually use a 60% profit margin. And even that sometimes, depending on your price point and things like that, can actually be a little bit low. I mean, sometimes you can even profit more than that. Depends on a lot of things. Come on.
The royalty in the company dollar tab, did you divide that by the GCR, or how did you?
No, this is saying that if you do not have team members and you're a solo agent, then instead of using a percentage to come up with your cost of sale, just take your royalty income
Oh,
dollar and
gotcha,
just
okay.
just say that's what my cost of sale will be.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So I want to address what Rob said. He's like, oh my gosh, like that's a lot. You know, I didn't think the numbers would look like this. But there's two reasons. Number one, this math accounts for 40% income tax savings. Likely, if you're taking advantage of tax deductions and things like that, even when you're running a profitable business, well, I can tell you, I'll just tell you straight up, I have a call every December with my accountant and bookkeeper to take stock of my projected income tax liability. Where am I landing? And then we evaluate here, what are all the games we can play to sock away money in tax deductible things, and which things do I want to do and which things I'm going to hold off on. And so I know that my effective rate, because that's sort of a different concept than your actual top graduated rate. My effective rate federally was going to be like 22%, and then another 5% for state, right? So when I'm looking at that, I'm going, my effective income tax rate is 27%, not 40, 27. So that's with business income from several sources and some great deductions through rental properties and stuff. But nevertheless, 40 is high. I plan for 30. So we can rework these numbers using 30 and it won't look quite as different. The other part though is this looks different than what you've been doing because you haven't been accounting for income tax, right? Which is why you're sitting in the room. So like, it's going to happen. You're going to have that tax. So don't skip that. Don't skip that and do account for your income tax. The other reason that this could look different than what you're used to seeing is, again, we're using a 40% profit margin. If you're a solo agent and you do 30 units and you're going to gross $180,000, you're going to operate at more than a 40% profit margin. Circle back for one-on-one. We can rework the numbers at the specifics for your business. Unfortunately, I can't teach the specifics for everybody in a group class. So we teach the model and we go tweak the model for your scale of org chart. Does that make sense? I just want you to work through the numbers now so you get the theory and then we can just go back and change. Instead of dividing by 40, divide by 30. We can do that.
I think what's useful in this kind of exercise, because I've been around here a while,
Mm-hmm.
and I've played around with these numbers and stuff, and it can be very confusing, but I think what's just like the exercise before, when you see the difference between taking all your commission and putting it all in your pocket, and you just for the first time see, oh, this person broke it down this way, this way, this way. This does a similar thing where it starts to get your head around, oh, okay, so in order to actually walk away with this, I'm going to have to account for other things.
Yes.
Like expenses and paying other people to help me and blah, blah, blah. Whether you get this totally figured out right now or not, you just at least start seeing going, oh, okay, there's a few moving parts to pulling this off.
Well, and kind of like Chantel mentioned, she's like, listen, the first time I sat through this stuff, I didn't even know what you were talking about.
Right.
Now, not only do I know, I've adopted and implemented a lot of it. And there's still a couple things where I'm like, yeah, I'm not 100% of the way. That's progress. It doesn't all happen overnight. You're not going to walk in here being like, I've never planned for any of this and walk out like, I am the master of everything financial. Like, it doesn't work that way. It's incremental steps. So if you're sitting there going like, this is starting to get a little, I'm not sure, that's okay. Like if this is your first time seeing this content, that probably is how you're feeling, and that's fine.
Like the third time through it, you're like, oh, I didn't have a panic attack until 2 hours in.
Right.
So I'm stuck. So where did you get the 312.5 from?
That's 30% of your gross commission income. Because remember, your cost of sale is 30% of your gross. Your operating expense also 30% of your gross. So using the 40 million dollar gross model, both those numbers will be the same, 312.5.
Thank you.
All right, quick ahas from this exercise, and then we're going to go into selecting some professionals to work with. So any ahas from this? Crystal, right?
I think, yeah, correct, yeah, I need to make some more money, so like you can't.
Yeah.
You can't, or the goal needs to be high.
Yeah.
And then it just makes me think like, okay, what do I need to do to reach that goal? Or how can I increase my average GCI so I don't have to work to do that? So that's.
How about
like the
both?
things-
There you go.
Perfect, yeah, exactly, so those are the things that are running through my head right now.
The purpose of a big model is to help stretch you to think bigger. So it's working, right?
Okay.
It's working. In the content, it says, make sure that they realize they're going to need bigger goals. No, it doesn't actually say that. It kind of says that. Now that really is the point of this. Like, hey, listen, if you haven't been thinking about income tax and you're setting goal, I'm going to do $1 million and I'm going to keep 800,000 of it. No, you're not, right? If you really need to keep 800, you need a bigger production goal. And that's okay, because there's a path to get, whatever the goal is, there's a path to get to it, right? Our largest teams at this point are doing over $60 million in gross commission income. Unless your goal was 60 million in gross, there's a path for you to accomplish whatever it is you just wrote down. So rest assured in that. They didn't say it'd be easy, but there is a path and there's a model for that. All right, one more aha.
For me, it's like also tool to grow, because if you want to grow your business and you're planning to have admin or the buyer agent or whatever, then you can already put that as expense, even if it's not real.
Yes.
And run that from the beginning of the year, because you need to accumulate some money. You are responsible for these people for at least few months.
Yes.
And they will not be productive. I mean, admin will start doing the job, but still not fully productive. You have to train them.
Yep.
So that's like, I'm seeing as a tool to grow and predict how much will cost if we add new team members.
Yeah, and thank you for pointing that out. I mean, that's why I mentioned, I was like, listen, if your goal is more than this, like, don't be thinking that you're gonna operate at a 60% margin. If your goal is 139 units, you can't, it's not gonna work. You need to plan for these expenses. You don't have them yet, but you will need them in order to get to that. Do you have one too?
How many roles did you say that you'll need a team?
So roughly speaking, it depends on everyone's business, but what I see, and I study the agent market quite a lot, all right? About 36 units a year is the most that most solo agents can do before they go and hire somebody. If you hire a full-time admin and they do a great job, you can probably get that to somewhere between 50 to 60 units with you and one full-time admin. The next hire by our org model is a second admin, no agents yet. With that second admin, you should be able to get to 75 to 80 units or so. And after that, you need to start hiring agents, because that's about all you'll be able to do with full administrative support in terms of the number of listing appointments that you're going on, what have you. Everything over and above that, you're going to need agents on the team. Andrew?
What are you paying your admins, or what's more of an industry standard?
So we won't have time to get into that conversation today. But the short story is you need to do a competitive analysis and see what other people are paying for the same kind of job. And Gary Keller says in the MREA, he says, a lot of us ask the wrong question. We ask the question, what's the least I can pay somebody to get them? And we should be asking the question, what's the most I can afford to pay them so that I can keep them? And that question's never been more relevant than right now, the way that inflation in the labor market is. Yeah, different class though. Circle back later, we'll talk about that, right? Mm-hmm. All right, turn to page 20. I want to knock this out before we take a break. So in the Millionaire Real Estate Agent book, there's a part where he talks about leverage, where Gary talks about leverage, and he says, listen, if you don't have a maid, who's the maid?
You are.
If you don't have, and the language is funny, a lawn man, who's the lawn man?
You are.
You are, right? Whatever it is in your business or personal life, you're not paying somebody to do, you're doing that, or it's not getting done, right? When it comes to the important business services that you need to run a business, not just a salesperson practice, right? Think about running a business. This is the team, all right? You're gonna need an accountant and a bookkeeper. You're gonna need a CPA. You're gonna need a banker, an attorney, an insurance agent, a financial planner, and a coach. This is the complete team. We're on page 20 right now. If you're trying to do this stuff yourself, listen, we got agents that are former CPAs that did income tax prep. And guess what they're doing now? Hiring a bookkeeper and a CPA, because that's not how you make money anymore. You make money by selling houses and eventually leading people at selling houses. You don't make money being an income tax FSBO, trying to do your taxes yourself, right? You actually lose a lot of money because you don't know what you're doing. And you're wasting a lot of time trying to figure it out and then paying too much in tax because you don't know all the ins and outs. So I strongly recommend to every agent that I consult with, don't even bother trying to do it yourself. It doesn't cost a lot to have a bookkeeper keep the books for a real estate business using the MREA chart of accounts. It really, other people that work, does not cost much, does it?
It costs a lot when you wait the whole entire year. Now they got to look at all your bank statements for a year.
For income tax prep, yeah, but for regular bookkeeping,
Regular year.
listen, they,
$30 a month.
oh yeah, right? Mine's a bit more than that, but
$30 a month.
who in here works with John White, public accountant, as the company? Patrick White, Angie Clock, right? Right. So, well, here's the deal. They're for them, the bookkeeping is a loss leader and a retention tool. They charge below market. Angie she's a CPA. Okay, most bookkeepers are not a CPA. Angie's a CPA. She does bookkeeping. I think they charge like 30 or 35 bucks an hour for it, but they only do that for the people that do their income taxes with them, right? Which is a really sharp business move. And they sponsored lunch today, and one of the guys is going to come chat with us. But they use the MREA chart of accounts. They'll use your DA forms to build back in all of your cost of sale. Any other accountant's going to take the money that hits your account. You're not even accounting for all of your cost of sale. You didn't even have that recorded anywhere, right? So they use your DAs to build back all of that cost of sale in. They know how to read them and everything. They'll tell you where to classify stuff because you don't know, and they're like, oh well, we do it this way, and it is extremely affordable. Yes.
Well, I was gonna say, so I had a guy, he was like Uncle Vito. He'd like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You can do this and you can do that and save some money. He was a really good accountant, but he wanted 200. I called when I switched to Angie, which was this year. And they charge a lot more for taxes. He was only charging me he was like Uncle Vito in that way. He was charging me $300 for my taxes. And I have rental properties and LLCs. It wasn't like simple 1040. But he wanted $250 a month to do my bookkeeping. So I said, when I ran the numbers with what you're paying with White, which is a lot more than tax, your year-end tax, income tax. Like $1,200, $900, $1,200, something like that.
Depending on the entity, what you're doing in there, yeah.
It's actually a lot cheaper by $1,000 or $1,500 a year for me to do that than it is to go to Uncle Vito.
Yeah, right. I got a guy. Okay. Well, and thank you for sharing that. As a business owner, everything has a return on investment, or it doesn't, and expenses are sometimes investments. And, if I can pay a little bit more for a tax return, I pay a few $100s more than some other guy would do it for, except you actually give me advice and you actually take the time to tell me what some of the options are. And you actually stay on top of the most recent things. And you actually know where the line is. So you can walk me right up to it without crossing it. I can save tens of thousands of dollars in unnecessary tax liability. And I'm happy to pay an extra $500 or $600 or frankly more if I need to, right? Yeah, so thank you for bringing that up, Rob. On page 23, we're gonna do this exercise and then we're gonna have you guys move around and then we're gonna take a quick break. On page 23, it's got these 7 people listed out. And what you're going to do first, this is a 2-part exercise. First part is you're going to write down who is your VAT, who is your accountant or bookkeeper, who is your CPA. If you don't have one, write in the name of somebody that if you already know who it would be. If you don't, leave it blank and we're going to solve that in step 2. For right now, Write down the person who is that to your business.
When you say banker, it has to be like a specific person or like the bank.
Do you have a contact there?
No.
Okay. It might be getting a contact there that you can ask your banking questions to, right?
Okay.
Like I bank with Chase, but I know the manager there very well. And so when I need something, like I have a person to call, right?
And so the attorney that you, and what is this attorney gonna do for you? Like, what is their purpose?
In this context, this isn't necessarily a closing attorney. It should be somebody that probably knows some things about the legalities around maybe business entities, estate planning, you know, an attorney that advises business owners. They might also do real estate closings. You won't find a ton of people that are knowledgeable in practice areas that are that different from each other, but there are some. So write down the people that you have. And then the next part of this is we're going to have you get up and talk to each other and find people that have somebody where you have a blank. And you're going to get some names from people, okay? So raise your hand if you got some blanks on there. Raise your hand if you got some names written in some places on there. We'll check it out. All right, so what I want you to do now is to just get up, move about the room, talk to other people and go, hey, I have a blank on insurance agent. Do you have somebody? And just write down a name. It'll be somebody to talk to, okay? For the people that are on Zoom, put it in the chat. Put down who you need, and then other people put down who you have. So we're just gonna take 5 minutes for this. 5 minutes for this. Ready, set, go. Oh, insurance. So he was There you go.
Can I step out?
We're gonna take a break after this.
No, what is that?
So the first name is called CRT or last name is So both of them have but they said it's like a
I do.
He helps her find it as well.
Yeah, no,
All right, one more minute on sharing. Make sure that all your blanks are filled out. Make sure all your blanks are filled out, at least one name. Yes. Well, are you a sales coach? Might not have people on that. A bank was a caution. It's not just All right, we're gonna take a quick five, so you can, hit the bathroom or whatever. We will be restarting at 11, so that we can get to lunch by 12. All right, so you can grab your combos or whatever. We'll restart for 11. All right. 1, 2, 3. You got that thing, right? All right. That's the kind way, right, Kelly? That's the kind way of saying we're starting. All right. So everybody's got some names, right? Everybody has some people you can contact or some ideas. It may not be all the answers, but you got some. We're going to touch on business entities. We don't have time to go into like all of the in-depth about all of them. So I'm going to give you some shortcuts. There's some information in the material here, and I'll tell you how this typically looks. So raise your hand right now if you operate your business as a solo practitioner and you do not have a business entity. You're essentially a sole proprietorship. You don't have like an LC or an S corp or anything like that. Okay. Yeah, your real estate business is it's just you. You don't have a business. You receive your commissions in your personal name, right? Okay. So we're going to talk about the different business entities that are available to you. We're on page 25 of the material. And there's always a disclaimer with anything income tax or business entities, consult with the right people. That's why you need the attorney and the CPA that we just went through. But again, I'll provide you some shortcuts. The most basic type of business is a sole proprietorship. That means it's just you. There isn't actually a business. When you file your taxes, it's just your business activities go onto your personal return on a different schedule. With that, that's how most businesses start. And that's how basically almost everybody in real estate starts, as you should. It just doesn't provide you with any income tax benefits, and it doesn't provide you with any legal or liability benefits. There aren't any benefits to it other than you just start and declare yourself in business, and you can do that. So that's what a sole proprietorship is.
A partnership on the next page here, 26, is the same thing as a sole proprietorship. It's just when there's more than one person. So if two different people are a part of that, but we don't have a business entity, right? We're just doing this together. We might have a written partnership agreement. We might not. You really need a written agreement if you have a partnership. But there's similarly, there's no business entity here. There's no income tax benefit, and there's no liability or legal benefit either. An LLC, we're on the bottom of page 26 here, is an entity. It says here it combines the structure of a corporation with the routine of a partnership. It's not a corporation. Okay, it stands for limited liability company. It's not a corporation. It is, for tax purposes, it's a disregarded entity. So if I have an LLC, and I have there's one LLC in which I'm the sole owner. That's one of my rental properties are in. For the IRS's purposes, that doesn't even exist. Those actually go on my personal return, even though it is an LLC and the properties are deeded to the LLC. The IRS doesn't care. The money that I make and spend in there goes on my personal return. For income tax purposes, an LLC is disregarded. What it provides is it provides some legal structure for you. So theoretically, it says it shields your personal assets. I always like to write in after that, theoretically. Because if you have a single member LLC, so if you have it's in a box, it's weird. If you have a single member LLC, that you, for example, like mine, I own rental properties, and you have a slip and fall in the LLC, but I'm the one that does everything for the business. Like, are my personal assets really protected, or maybe not so much? Fortunately, I haven't had to find out yet, but I will tell you, when you have a business entity and it's just you in the business, I'm not sure how much your assets are protected. That's some of the legal advice that I've been given.
You're protected. Trust me, like in those slip and falls.
You tested that?
Well, I also have my insurance guy, right? Right. So I've got the umbrella policy and a business risk policy and all that.
But that means,
Oh, one at a time, Alex.
yeah, so because LLC would be like the biggest, like, dogma, let's say, like, I don't understand the LLC, but like, when I'm reading about, because no one really explaining, even I went to the attorneys, I went to the CPAs, they never really tell you LLC what exactly is. So what I'm getting now is that LLC, for the tax purposes, you can claim, do the taxes as a solo, you can do as a partnership, you can do as a corporation, but then if you do LLC as a corporation, then you pretty much file the taxes as corporation, right?
So you're getting a step ahead of me. I'm going to go there.
Oh.
I'm going to go there in just a second. Right now, we're just going to the basic LLC form, and that's no tax benefits, no tax treatment,
Okay.
legal protection only. Right?
I think what it means, if my understanding is correct, that they can come after your, you said they can sue you, like your LLC, but it can't, like your personal assets, like your home.
Right.
And all of that stuff is protected with the LLC better than some of the other structures.
Correct.
Yeah.
That really is the only benefit of having an LLC versus having a partnership or sole proprietorship is the liability protection. Some people like to have one because it makes them feel cool, because they're like, I have a business name, or whatever. I mean, if that floats your boat, it's going to cost you some money to set it up and to maintain it, but whatever. But it's liability protection only. LLCs are great for when there's multiple owners. It's very flexible ownership, right? We can allocate shares differently. We can decide who we're paying how much, and it doesn't have to match their level of ownership. So it's flexible for joint venture sort of stuff. But again, it's there for liability protection only. I'm going to circle back on that and answer your question, Alex. On page 27 is a corporation. Originally, there was just one kind of corporation, and now there's a second kind. Originally, what all corporations were is what we now call a C Corp. And every major big business that is a C Corp, like General Electric, right? It has a bunch of people that have ownership shares in it. And when General Electric makes a profit, they pay corporate income taxes on the business's profit. And then they go and take what's left and they go and pay all of the owners. And then the owners receive that income and they pay personal income tax on that income. So the money gets taxed twice. When you have a company like GE, that's really the only way you can do it, right? You can't have, no income taxes being paid at the corporate level and then be paying out billions of dollars to people and then they're all going to not pay their taxes and stuff and the IRS is going to have a problem. So with C Corps, big companies have to be that way, but there came a point at which somebody was like, hey, this kind of sucks for a small business owner. If I want to have a corporation and it's just me, I get taxed twice. I got to pay tax as a business and then I receive what's left and then I got to pay another tax again. Can we do away with that? And it would, because it was a senator's idea, they did away with it, right? That's how it works, right? So, yeah, right. So whatever senators were like, hey, we should do this and make it cheaper. So, so it is now, as we see on page 27, is a pass-through entity, meaning the business itself is not taxed. So as an S corporation, when you have your profit at the end of all of your expenses and the end of the year, when here's a business profit, you don't pay any kind of corporate tax on that. That money flows through as net profit on your personal tax return, and you just pay income tax on it just like you would any other income. All right. So the reason that's good is it allows you to have the corporate veil of protection. You have a business entity. That a corporation is something that an LLC is not, right? That is a separate business entity. It has a separate tax ID that typically is easier to borrow money as a business if you want a business line of credit or any kind of thing like that. It is an official separate business for all purposes. It allows you to have that without being taxed twice on it. The other thing that it allows you to do is you can pay a salary to yourself personally. So you're the owner of that entity, but you're also paying a salary to yourself personally. And though we won't have time to go into all the math, that's not a part of this material today. I did put together a series where we go deep into that, but essentially you're saving yourself some extra taxes that you would otherwise have as a sole proprietor, called self-employment tax. I'm going to go there in a second, but the purpose of the S Corp is you have the corporate veil of protection and you can pay yourself a salary and so you're minimizing your self-employment tax. Nikia, question.
So that's what I was gonna ask, the pro and con of if we have commissions collected under an LLC or an S corp. If we are now paying ourselves a salary, does it have to be switched from an LLC to an S corp?
If you have a single member LLC that is a disregarded entity for tax purposes, there is no, can I pay myself a salary because the business is you. It's a disregarded entity. So you can't pay a salary. You can't set up payroll and be like Nikia Evans is paying Nikia Evans payroll. You can't do that. You can only do that if you have an S corp, or be prepared to be confused. There's now you can take an LLC and say this LLC is going to be taxed as an S corp. Yeah, you couldn't always do that, and eventually, for whatever some senator was like, "Hey, I'm gonna do that," so they passed it. So you can have an LLC, and you can have it taxed as an S corp. And when you do that, it gets a separate EIN. Now it is a separate entity, and it, for all intents and purposes, is treated the same as an S corporation. And at that point, you can pay yourself a salary. You have all the same stuff as you get with an S corp.
That was the whole confusing part, because the tax strategist that I spoke with said, okay, the LLC is the entity, but you can be taxed as an S corp. You need to complete the 2556 form, fill this in, blah blah blah. Yeah. But with that also comes a separate income tax.
Yes. So you do when you have a different entity, it needs its own return.
Yeah.
So you're going to pay for another tax return.
Yeah.
There are costs to setting up and maintaining business entities, which is why we don't tell every new agent coming in the door, hey, go set up a corporation. No, what I have been told by my advisor is when you're planning for a net profit of at least about 50 grand is when you cross that threshold into it making sense for you to pay the money to set it up, pay the money to maintain it, pay for a separate return, when you're going to report a net profit of at least about 50 grand, because there's math about how you save on self-employment tax. And it's just mathematically, it just costs you more at a lower level. Now, if it makes you feel good, because you can be like, I am such and such LLC, go ahead. If you really are concerned about liability protection and you want to do it that way, I mean, it's cheaper to just buy an umbrella policy, but you want to do it that way, you can do it that way. But there's numbers that say you just don't have to do that right away. If you're making over 50 grand in net profit and you don't have an S corp or an LLC taxed as an S corp, you're losing money by paying too much in self-employment tax. And we're gonna go into what that means in a second. But the shortcut is, if you're planning on over 50 grand in net profit, you probably want to have an S corp or an LLC taxed as an S corp, a separate entity where you can pay yourself a salary. You have to talk to your tax advisor to get specifics to your situation, because everybody's different. You have different things going on financially. You have different deductions. You might have spouses with income, all this stuff. And we can't get into that today. But the norm in real estate and in professional services is what I just described. Yes.
So, again, confusion about that. So then what is the difference between LLC and corp? Because S corp can protect you too.
It's
Because
corporate
it's
reporting. You have what's called corporate compliance with a corporation, where you technically have to have board meetings, even if it's just you. There cannot be any commingling whatsoever. It's a more sort of official thing. So you have to maintain a little bit of some records for that. But again, it comes with other benefits in the sense of, like, I can now set up a 401k for myself. I can now go and borrow money a little bit easier. So
never real payroll.
right. So there are some differences, but there are fewer differences now that the LLC can be taxed as an S corp. So there's not as many differences. And it used to be that the LLC filing fees were a lot lower than the S corp, but not that state, but now they're the same. So
Yeah, because like 50 years ago when I opened my S corp, my CPA suggested the S corp because of not paying the double tax.
Right.
Double taxation.
yeah, which would be a
Because
C
this is like-
corp. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Nobody
now
should have a
because-
C corp.
Yeah,
Nobody in here. Ask your accountant. Nobody here should have a C corp.
okay.
All right. Page 28. Write down which business entity you believe you should have. If you already have it, great. If you don't, this might be an action item from today's class, to go and consult with the appropriate professional and have them tell you that you should have an S corp or an LLC taxed as an S corp. Don't you love my subliminal messaging?
The good part of the S corp, you can have the board meeting
Mhm.
on some vacation spot and really ride off.
You sure can. That's right.
Officially.
That is correct. So once you've written that down, we're gonna enter into the income tax conversation. We're not gonna cover that whole section before lunch, but we're gonna get into it. Everyone got an entity written down? By the way, our sponsor who's coming, who paid for our lunch today, is on your list of professionals. They fulfilled 3 of those because with John White Public Accountant, they are bookkeepers, CPAs, as well as wealth management, aka financial advising. So they can host they could be the plan administrator for your 401k and your IRA, your brokerage accounts and all that stuff. So they have different specialists there that have their role, just like any great business does. And they can be all 3 of those things to you if you'd like. That's what they are to me. So let's get into income tax. Who's excited for income tax? Yes. I will tell you that what we're covering here in income tax in this material is definitely an overview. I will rerun the affluent agent series that we did this fall. I'll rerun that again sometime. And that we got a lot deeper into income taxation there, right? For those of you who attended that, we really went into like the specifics of the tax rates and all the different deductions and things like that. This is going to be an overview today, just to make sure you kind of you understand the breadth of what you need to ask questions about. So when are taxes due?
Every day.
Depends.
This year might be.
Depends on what your structure is.
Yeah, well, most of us think of the date as April 15th. Things have gotten weird recently. For people that are in business, it's every quarter, right? On page 32, you have your estimated tax due dates. Now, punctuation matters. It's not estimated tax due dates. The dates are not estimated. They're very real. It's the dates, the due dates by which your estimated tax is due. And you have to pay your income taxes quarterly if you expect to owe more than $1,000. If you come up with more than $1,000 owed, they're going to end up penalizing you for that. You're going to have to pay fines or penalties for not paying your income tax as you should have. When you're an employee, you don't have to worry about it because they're withholding income tax from your money. If you are a business owner, an independent contractor, and you've been hoarding all of your money, thinking you're going to pay all of it, and you owe 15 grand on April 15th, when you file the return, there will be penalties for not having paid the income tax when you were supposed to. Question.
Just a quick question. Does it matter if you set up your entity set up as LLC versus an S corp? It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Because your income tax, in all of those cases, your income tax liability is you personally, right? If I have an S corp, that all flows through to me personally. If I have an LLC, that flows through to me personally. The income tax is your personal liability, even if it's from a business income. So when I go in, log into the IRS or the Illinois Department of Revenue website to pay my estimated taxes, I'm paying that under my personal social. These are the taxes that are going to be on my personal return, because all my business income ends up on my personal return, no matter what kind of entity I have or don't have. Unless it's a C corp, which is a total different ballgame, and we don't even talk about that.
Yeah, there is a small tip for that, like a CPA usually can prepare these coupons, so you just file them. And then you can even prepay just $100 per quarter, but then you don't pay a penalty. They're never telling you estimate exactly, you just need to pay some amount.
If you have a CPA doing business returns and they're not telling you that, then you need a new CPA.
Yeah, by the way.
I mean, but you can just also go onto the website and put in an estimated quarterly tax.
Just like willy-nilly?
No, not willy-nilly.
I mean, you could, yeah. Well, they tell me, they're like, hey, you should pay this much. Pay this much to them, Fed, pay this much to state. And I go log in and I do what they say.
Right. Yeah.
But that's based on previous years.
No, they're keeping my books. So they know how much I'm gonna, they have a sense of how much I'm gonna.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about the IRS, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm gonna pay the IRS, I'm gonna pay the state of Illinois. And I'm gonna pay them however much Angie and Patrick tell me to pay them, because that's not my job. That's their job, right? I pay them to tell me that number so that I don't have to think about it. I don't know.
Leverage.
She's like, last year, she's like so net profit from 2021 was up 400% over the prior year. I had to change my estimated payments, right? She's like, Angie, at our mid-year review, she's like, you're gonna have to increase your salary, right? I'm like, yeah, I know. That's fine. What should be. Right?
That was
She's
a
like,
big problem.
you're gonna, I'm
Kidding.
no, I mean,
Yeah.
it's profitable, it's there, right? And I'm conservative with that because I'm letting my checking account overdraw, right? So that Amazon purchases can't go through for the last 5 days of the month.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm kind of confused.
Okay.
Because you're self-employed, you have to file taxes by these days.
It's not because you're self-employed, it's because you're gonna owe more. Because nobody's withholding your income tax and sending it in. When you have a job and your employer pays you $5 grand, you only get 3,500. They're they're not just sitting on the rest of that. They're sending that to the IRS on your behalf. You're paying in your income taxes every paycheck you get. So in that circumstance, you don't have to go do anything else because your company's taking care of that for you.
That's why we just get a W-4 at the end of the
Right.
year.
And then you still have to settle up with the actuals, but you've already paid in approximately what you're going to owe. In most cases, more, which is why W-2 employees often get money back. They've actually paid in more than what they needed to once all the math is said and done.
Okay.
So it's not that you're self-employed or that you're a business owner. It's about, did you pay in enough estimated tax?
Okay.
And when you're an employee, your company's making sure that you are. When you're a business owner or you're self-employed, who's making sure that you're paying enough estimated tax?
Okay.
Nobody. Yes.
So nobody told me about that second part. So now, here comes the life of paying yourself a salary. Now I became a W-2, okay, at the end of the year. But the taxes that are taken out, so, I have my set salary, they still take taxes out as an employee would. But as the business owner, I also have to pay business taxes.
Payroll tax.
Payroll taxes, sorry. So it threw me for a total loop. I'm like, why am I paying myself a salary? Like, you took money out of the check and then send you a bill to say, well, hey, the IRS also wants you to pay payroll tax.
And why is that a good thing here?
It actually lowers your tax bill though. So,
You're just paying it at a different time.
yeah, I'm
When-
paying it at a different time. It's forcing me these habits, right? That, you know, it's money being taken out of the actual money that I'm paying myself. So that's already pushing me into the state. As well as now as a business owner, I'm also paying payroll tax. So I'm still sending money to the IRS. Kind of by force.
We're gonna talk about what she's referencing is self-employment tax versus payroll tax, and we're about to cover that. But yeah, the long story short is, even though you're like, oh my gosh, I'm paying this now and I wasn't paying this before. Yeah, but you're not gonna pay self-employment tax. So, and that you would have to pay with your return. So we're going there in a second. So everyone gets then that we should be making estimated tax payments as long as you would like to avoid penalties, right? How much should you pay in estimated tax? The amount that your CPA tells you to. Like, no joke, guys. There's like exercises in here. Here's how we should blah, blah, blah. Don't stop it. Just go ask somebody that actually that's their job. I mean, would you let all of your sellers tell you what their price should be and exactly when they don't get an offer, how much they should drop it by? No, because that's your job. That's what they're paying you for. Don't try to figure this stuff out on your own. You're gonna be wrong. Sorry.
Quick question.
Yes.
So since you're sending your taxes quarterly, I guess on the regular tax date, there may be a chance that you have to pay a little bit more because the tax people may have like underestimated, or maybe you get a refund because they may have overestimated.
Correct.
So that's all.
You're paying your estimated tax, and then when you file your return is when you settle it all up and go, all right, now that the year's over and I'm reporting my full and actual income and expenses, here's how it actually looks. Here's how much I paid in. Let's settle up. And they're either going to send you a check back or you're going to have to send a little bit more. Well, they told me, well, in like this year, you know, I ramped up my estimated payments quite a bit. And then I just made earlier this month, my fourth quarter by January 15th, right? It was the 18th this year. So, you know, she told me, you know, pay such and such. I threw in more just because I'm in a position to do that. And I'm trying to get the money that is not mine out of my account. So I know what to work with because I want to go do a bunch of fun stuff. So I just threw in more because I know where I'm going to land. I know how much I'm going to owe. Fortunately, it's not that much, but I'm like, let's just get that out. Right.
Plus, you don't have a big tax bill at the end of the year.
Yeah.
That's the word.
Like when I had in 2014, I was like, yeah, because like all my money, all of it. So estimated taxes, pay them and pay how much your professional tells you to pay. Don't waste your time trying to figure it out. Just listen to somebody who's good. Turn to page 34. We're going to touch on the different types of tax. You have federal income tax. Everybody knows that. It is a graduated income tax. That means your first, it depends on whether you're single, married, head of household, married joint, whatever. But your first X amount of dollars, you don't pay any tax on. The tax rate is 0. And then from this amount of dollars to this amount of dollars, you're going to pay 12% of that amount. And then from that amount of dollars to the next amount of dollars, you're going to pay, I forget what the next rate is, 20% or something. Right. So you don't, when someone says, you know, your tax rate is you're in the 22% bracket, you're not paying 22% of all of your income. That means that the top slice of your income, you're paying 22% on, but you're paying those lower graduated rates on the lower brackets. Just so you know, what, like if someone says like, oh my gosh, I'm in a 38% income tax bracket, you're not paying 30%, 38% of all of your income as tax. You're not doing that. It's graduated. You also have standard deductions and stuff. We're going to touch on that in a second. So federal income tax is a graduated scale. Everybody cool with that?
Yes.
State income tax in Illinois is 4.95%. That is not graduated. You pay 4.95% on all your income. It doesn't matter how much you made. It's just 4.95%. I just call it 5. Side note, if you have an S Corp, you have to pay 1.5% to the state in what they call corporate replacement tax.
Added to the 4.95?
Yeah. Long story. It's just taxes. It's Illinois. Welcome. Welcome to Illinois. Because yeah, 1.5% on your S corps net profit. We do not, that I'm aware of, have any city income tax in any of our municipalities. There are places that do. We don't have that. And so those are the different taxes that you'll pay as far as income tax goes. On page 35, we're talking about different taxes. Self-employment tax, or FICA for short. So when you are in business for yourself and you generate a net profit, a lot of people don't realize this. And this is why a lot of agents who don't form business entities don't understand why they pay so much money in taxes. Because you don't realize you're paying 15.3% of your business profit as self-employment tax on top of all the income tax that we just covered. Most people don't realize that. So if I made $100,000 net profit as a sole proprietor, I'm paying $15,300 in self-employment tax. And then I'm going and paying on my federal income tax and my state income tax. And then when you add those numbers up, you're like, what the heck? Like, what? And you don't, nobody's breaking it down for you. And you're not like going line by line in the return, but you're seeing the bottom line and the amount you owe. And you're like, this sucks. And I was like, income taxes suck. Income taxes suck. They don't have to suck. Like, I promise you, in the affluent agent course, we went through a scenario where if you took advantage of some of the stuff that you can do, you have an S corp and a 401k and like a kid, right? You could net profit $100,000 and pay $4,000 in tax. Total. Like, you don't have to pay that much. Self-employment tax kills you. It's not necessary. What self-employment tax is there for is because when you have a job and you get that check, there's those withholdings and deductions and stuff on there, right? And what do they say? So there's income tax withholding, but what else is on there?
Social Security.
Social Security and Medicare. Social Security and Medicare, right? Because everybody that gets paid pays into those up to a certain level of income, right? So when you have a job and the employer pays you, they withhold 7.15% out of your check and send it to the feds on your behalf. And they are also paying the same amount. You guys are splitting it. 7.15% of your pay from you, 7.15% of your pay from them. It adds up to 15.3. So all the payroll in the United States of America, 15.3% of that, up to like $100-something, is getting paid to Social Security and Medicare. Still not enough, you know, because it's going to go broke. Whatever. Yes.
So I know you use the example as a sole proprietor, but does that also include with the LLC since it's not?
If it's an LLC as a disregarded entity, not taxed as an S corp, yes. Yeah, if your basic LLC, unless you've said this LLC shall be taxed as an S corp, for income tax purposes, it doesn't exist. So yes, you would still pay self-employment tax on income that flowed through an LLC, unless it was taxed as an S corp. So when you're self-employed and you don't have payroll, and you're not getting paychecks, Uncle Sam is still going to get his money, okay, to pay for Social Security and Medicare. He's still going to get the money. He's not going to get it throughout the year. He's going to get it when you file your taxes and they go, okay, you have a business, you didn't run any payroll, but you have profit. So we're going to take 15.3% of your profit. And instead of you paying your FICA tax, your Social Security and Medicare on your paychecks, we're just going to take it out at tax time. That's why your income tax bills suck. The way that, like, is anybody like really sad right now? Or are you happy that you know this?
I'm in the movie Goodfellas.
Right, right. So,
Yeah.
so there is a way that you can eliminate self-employment tax and minimize FICA tax. And that is when you have an S corp or an LLC taxed as an S corp. I hate that they changed that because I have to say it every time. So you're kidding. When you have an S something, okay, you pay yourself a salary. Now that's a salary just like you would get at any other job, a paycheck run through a payroll service with Social Security, Medicare withheld. The employee side comes out of the employee's pay. The employer side comes out of the employer's income. You're still paying 15.3%. The difference is you only pay that on the amount that you pay yourself as a salary. If I have a net profit of 100 and I pay myself a salary of 50, I'm only paying 15.3% of 50, not 15.3% of 100. I'm cutting my self-employment FICA tax liability in half, right? The rest of the 50, that flows through to my personal return, and I only pay regular, state and federal income tax on that. There's no FICA tax on any of that. So this is why an S entity saves you money, and it typically is about $7,000 or $8,000 using those numbers, to where nobody said you have to pay 50 either. Your accountant, your CPA might advise you to pay yourself a lower salary than that, and in which case your savings are even greater. All right. Pause for understanding. We just defined self-employment tax and FICA, and we talked about why an S corp minimizes that. Do you guys follow?
Yes.
On board? All right. Do you understand something you haven't understood before?
Yes.
All right, cool. That's my goal. So, so now you know why everyone's talking about this S corp stuff, and everyone's like, "Why are you doing S corp? LLC S corp?" This is why. I mean, the liability stuff is nice, but realistically, like, knock on wood, I've never used that yet. What I have used is every single year when my taxes are low, right? I use that every year.
I have a question.
Yes.
So you said that if you let's say the business made 100 and the business pays 15.3 on 50,000, then you take the other 50,000 and pay the taxes on your personal. How do you determine how much the business is going to get say is net profit, and how much is going over to the personal?
Right. So that's a question that you're going to want to ask to your CPA, because there's a way that people abuse this that frequently results in an audit. So if I make 100 grand and I have an S corp, and I tell the IRS that I paid no salaries, I have no employees. Do you think the IRS might be curious how I accomplished that feat?
Right.
Like, how did you have a business that made a lot of money, that doesn't have any employees and doesn't have any salaries? Tell me more about that. I'd like to know about that business, right? Because you can't do that, right? I mean, you might get away with that for a little bit, but that's a huge red flag for an audit. You're going to have to pay yourself a reasonable salary. And what is reasonable is a question for your CPA. It's a fairly safe standard of practice that if you're reporting about half of your salary or half of your net profit as salary, like 50-50 allocation, you're probably not going to have any problems with that. But if you're cranking in 200 grand in profit and you have a $15,000 salary, Uncle Sam will be curious just as I would, right? So you need to ask your accountant.
Okay. Is it true that a business doesn't need to technically profit for the first 5 years of a business?
There's some stuff with the IRS code. It's called a hobby loss provision. And so like, if you say you have a business, but it keeps losing money every year, eventually they're like, listen, that's not a business, right? That's not what that is. I will tell you though, that if you have a business entity, it's not going to be looked at quite the same. Their thing is like, okay, so you guys are trying to find sneaky ways to hide money, and you're now telling me that you have an Etsy business and it loses 50 grand every year, and it's a sole proprietorship, right? We know you're just writing off money to avoid taxes, and that's not legal, right? You have to actually be trying to run a business and make a profit. So if you're a sole proprietor and you're consistently reporting a loss, eventually, and I think it's only 2 years, after your first 2 years, they're like, listen, you can't keep deducting that. But you have to ask your CPA, because I'm not one. Don't you love my little disclaimer all over the place? Does that help, Rich?
One more question. So as a really, it sounds like you're saying that or maybe not even a suggestion, but it just sounds like the best thing to do is to start as an S corp as opposed to LLC or C corp.
Definitely not a C corp. And if you use an LLC, you're going to want to make sure it's taxed as an S corp. Otherwise, there's no tax benefit. You can't do what I just described with you're paying yourself a salary and all that. So if I were a CPA advising you, I would probably end up telling you to have an S corp or an LLC taxed as an S corp so that you can take advantage of this legal avoiding of self-employment tax. But I'm not a CPA, so I can't tell you that. You dig?
That's not real estate that I have an LLC that's taxed.
Say that again.
LLCs that are taxed as a partnership.
If they're passive income sources like rental properties, you don't incur self-employment tax on passive income. It's only active income. Okay, so if you have rental properties or something like that, you can have an LLC taxed as a disregarded entity or a partnership or whatever like that, because your rental income is passive income and you don't incur self-employment tax on that. All right. On page 36, I just want right now, if you have a number that you can write down as the salary that you'd like to pay yourself a month, just starting out, right? We're talking about paying yourself a salary. I understand if you don't have an S corp and stuff set up yet, that's fine. Just write down, like, if you're not paying yourself a salary already, write down how much you'd like to start with that you could move forward with today, even if it's just, a monthly transfer to yourself. Just write down a number. After this, we're going to have like one more exercise that's going to be cool before we take our break and go to lunch. If you really are kind of stuck and you don't know on the salary thing, dog-ear the page. That's an action item for after class. Yep. Like property management, like, okay, yeah.
Rental income is what you get, but you take a percentage of it.
Yeah, you don't, but that's active income. You don't own those properties.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Running a management business is active income.
Okay.
Yep. All right. We're going to talk about deductions and credits. We're going to go through a couple of lists so that you guys know what all is likely deductible and what might not be. All right. We're going to go through that before we hit lunch. So what's the difference between a deduction and a credit?
One comes out, one goes in.
For income tax purposes, the answer is different. Right? You're talking about debits and credits for accounting. I'm talking about for income tax, there is such thing as an income tax deduction, and then there's a different thing called an income tax credit. A deduction reduces your taxable income. A credit reduces your tax amount. Right? So when we say there's a child tax credit of whatever it is, $3,000, that means if I was going to owe 10 grand in tax, I would now only owe 7. It's an amount that comes off of your tax owed. A deduction is where, let's say I had 100 grand in income and I was going to owe 20 in tax, but I have a $20,000 deduction. Now I'm not reporting 100 in income, I'm reporting 80 in income, and then I'm applying the tax rate to the 80. So it'll reduce my overall tax amount, but in the amount of my effective tax rate. It's not a direct deduction off the tax amount. So when you're talking about deductions and credits, just understand the differences. There aren't many tax credits out there. Child tax credit is one. They started sending those out in advance this year. You're gonna have to claim that, by the way. You're gonna make sure that you report. There's a form that they mail you. I already got mine. You're gonna have to include that with your return because you otherwise would have reduced your tax at tax time. They reduced it in advance this year because they were trying to give money out, right, to help make sure the economy didn't falter and then inflation hit 7%. So deductions are then expenses in your business that are used for a business purpose, and they reduce your taxable income. Now, there's a myth where people are like, oh, let me just go spend all this money because it's a deduction, right? You have to remember you're still paying the money. Okay, like you can't be like, I'm gonna go buy this crazy thing for $5,000 because it's deductible, but then you don't have the $5,000, right? So you better make sure that you're buying things that your business actually needs, and don't just go running around spending money because it's a deduction. You're still spending the money. Page 38 has a list of expenses, and I want everybody to shout out as I read them down, whether you think it's business, personal, business, or could be both. Personal, business, or both. Accountant fees. It's a business expense. They're doing your accounting for your business. Automobile expense. Both, depending on how much you use the car for personal use versus business use. Business credit cards. Business, as long as you're not putting personal stuff on there. Cell phone. It's both, same as the car. Just talk to your accountant, all right? Listen, this is a course, I'm teaching a course. Just, all right, clothing. Customarily, it is personal. However, if you are buying logoed apparel and you're talking to your accountant, could be both. Computer. It's technically both if you use it for personal. If you have a personal computer and you have a business computer, the business computer will be all business, right? Talk to your accountant. Groceries. Unless they're groceries for the office party, right? They're personal. Health insurance.
Business. If you have escort.
Typically, yeah, it's marked in the materials both as a personal individual, it is not deductible. But if I have a business and that is something I'm spending money for my employee, even if it's me, that could potentially be deduction. You have to ask your accountant about that one. Your mortgage or rent of your home. Personal, unless you do business use of a home, which is hairy. That's another red flag audit because it's a frequently abused one, and it's probably not worth it. It's a home business use of a home is a very small deduction. It's not worth it. Ask your accountant. That's what home office. It says both. It depends. It's all about exclusive use and whether you see clients there, and you probably just don't want to do it. Utilities at your home. Personal. Meals. When you go out on a business meal, if I go take somebody to lunch for a business purpose, do I get to deduct the cost of that lunch?
Yes.
Half of it. Half of it, not all of it, half of it. Because you ate too. And eating is a personal expense. If I take 14 people out, how much do I need? How much do I get to deduct? If I book it as a meal, it is 50%. Now I didn't eat 50% of the food, but well, I hope not. That would be rough, right? Meals. If you're booking stuff as meals, you can only deduct half of that.
What else could you put it on there?
I could throw a party and I could have a client event or a whatever person event. And here's all the food I provided for the event. There's an event expense, there's a marketing expense, right? Because I'm hosting an event. Talk to your accountant. Membership in a professional organization like the board. Membership to the gym. That's personal, guys. You can't, yeah. No, unless you're like a model, right? If you're a model, maybe, I don't know. We're not in that business, at least I'm not. Going to the movies. Yeah, remember, what was that movie? Well, yeah, if I host a client event at the movie theater, that would be a deduction. Was that, what's that movie? Jackie Brown, right? Max Cherry, the bail bondsman. He's like always going to the movies in the middle of the day. That always astonished me. I'm like, dude, you should be working. Travel to family reunion. That's the conference family reunion. Business. A vacation. Wow. Okay. That's vacation is a personal expense. Y'all need to talk to your accountant. You need to talk to your accountant about that. Right. Website fees. Yeah, there you go. So you got a bit of a list there. I'm gonna go and talk about a couple of these, and then you're gonna do a checklist. Your car, you guys, listen. You can't deduct all of your automobile expenses. You can only deduct the portion that you use for business. how do you know what portion you use for business?
Write it down.
Keep track of that.
You have to track your mileage. If you don't track your mileage and your income tax, you don't track your mileage and your expenses, and all of your deductible expenses on your tax return magically all end in like 3 zeros. Is that believable?
No.
My mileage deduction, even though it's 55 cents per mile, was $5 grand, 10 grand, 5 grand, right? It's you realize that's probably a bad move, right? So it's obvious to the IRS that you're just making stuff up at that point. The way you know is you track your mileage. There's apps, or you can do it old school, write it down in a notebook or in your memo on your phone. Either way, you know by tracking your mileage. Now, you can either deduct a mileage expense at the mileage rate, 55 cents a mile right now, but it changes every year. Or you can deduct the appropriate share of your actual expenses, which would include fuel, insurance, repairs, maintenance. You can't deduct both. You either take the mileage deduction or the actuals, not both.
Which is better?
It depends on your vehicle, on what the expenses are, how many miles you drove, what percent was blah, blah, blah. What I'll tell you is that in the vast majority of cases for the real estate profession, the mileage deduction is more. So you would want to go with the mileage. Now, if I'm a contractor driving an F650, I'm probably going to do actuals, right? But for most real estate professionals, mileage is a bigger deduction. Ask your accountant. Do you guys follow on the business use of the car? How you can deduct what
If you're
not?
sending your gas bills, then they can make what is better for you.
Well, you have to track all your, if you want to do actuals, you have to track all your actuals. You have to track all your fuel expense, your tires, your, oil changes, all of that crap. Or you can just take the mileage. I don't know. If you have a very high value car, you might do better with actuals, but most real estate professionals do better with mileage. Got to ask your accountant. You got to track your stuff. Here's some mileage tracker apps on page 40. I'm sure there's plenty more. We already covered that. We're going to go straight to page 42. Checklist for tax deductions. You can go down that list and put a check mark on page 42. Put a check mark on anything that is an expense that you incur.
Incur or plan on incurring?
Incur or plan on, yeah. Basically anything that you might be eligible for. Work down that list and put a check mark next to all of them. The one that says laundry, I'm gonna tell you, you probably don't want to check that one. I don't know how laundry expense. It's not a business expense. Sorry.
Yeah, dry cleaning for your uniform. For your.
You gotta talk to your accountant. By the way, I know what your accountant's gonna tell you. So we don't really deal with that in real estate. In a lot of businesses, when I have customers who don't pay, and I eventually have to write off that loss and say this person was supposed to pay me $500, but I'm never going to get it, and I do an official write-off, that's now a deduction.
So it makes sense if you have a minimum payment and then your client decides not to hit your minimum
Right.
after a transaction.
Well, so an example in real estate would be with short sales. As a bank, I've lent you 200 grand. I only got 150 back. I'm going to write off the 50. I lost that money, right? I'm going to write off the 50, but guess what? I'm going to give a 1099 to the borrower because you got that 50. I gave you the 50 grand and you didn't pay it back. So I lost it, but you gained it. When you do a short sale, you actually receive a 1099 for the difference, for the deficiency.
Alex, moms get paid for laundry? No.
You got to talk to your accountant. And I know what your accountant's going to tell you because it's my accountant.
Why is laundry on?
I for sure do not know.
Just to launder our money.
Yeah, that's a money laundering expense. Yeah, you got to pay the guy, to clean the money. Yeah.
People are crazy. Oh my God.
Are all the training free?
At Keller Williams, the vast majority of it is some of the training will cost money if it's like a regional thing and they paid a speaker to come in, or if they had to rent a space, they might charge back some money, but
The local stuff.
yeah, anything that's here is either going to be, free or covered by sponsors or stuff like that. Yeah, if you have a training, you might pay for travel to go to the family reunion conference or something, and you have to pay for that, but all that's optional. Yeah. Oh, that's all optional, whatever. While you're wrapping that exercise, because we're gonna recap that before we break for lunch, I want to see if my sponsor's here. I'll bring you in just a second, okay? You want to come? Hey, come on in. Come on, hang out. Right, so you've got your checklist done of your deductions, right? We're gonna hit. We kind of touched on home office. Again, it's probably not worth it, but talk to your accountant. We talked about how it's only 50% of meals, all of your travel. Oh yeah, if there's some because like if you go to the family reunion conference and you pay for meals there, don't book that as meals. You book that as travel expense. If you're more than 100 miles, 60 miles, what is it? You know, offhand?
Sorry.
If you're more than a certain number of miles from home, then you can book your meals there as travel expense, not as meals where you only get half of it, right? It's like 100 miles.
Close this year, it's closer to 100 miles.
Yeah, something like so when you go to a family reunion conference and you pay for all your meals there, don't book that as meals. That all goes under travel, right? Or education, depending on how you guys discuss you want to do it. But page 44, it just tells you, some options for record keeping. Most people that I know use QuickBooks, and there's other options too. What I want you to do is write down on page 45. We just went through all this stuff about income tax deductions and credits, right? What's deductible, what's not, different types of taxes, estimated taxes. Write down at least one action item on page 45 from this section. And then I want to hear 3, and then we're going to hear from our sponsor before we release you to your feeding. That's right. All right, let me get an action item or an aha. There's something you learned or something you're going to do about it. Nakia.
I am officially paying quarterly taxes on time. I just learned from even that tidbit, so here it is, Nakia overthinking. I didn't have this set amount to send in for my prepaid taxes, but I'm paying the penalty instead, when I could have just sent a little something and totally avoided the penalty. So yes, I will be paying quarterly on time throughout the remaining of it.
Great. Chantal.
I'm gonna go ahead and set up an escrow. I had an opportunity to do it, but it was just so overwhelming. I just said, I couldn't wrap my mind around it. So, I'll be setting that up.
You good now?
I'm good now. I understand.
All right, good.
I think you
Yes.
need to send the payments monthly, no? No, quarterly, because.
Well, if you're doing payroll, then you're going to have a withholding in every payroll, right? And you may need to kind of reconcile quarterly. Yeah. Yeah, I just listen to these guys. You tell me. Yes.
I'm gonna actually talk to a CPA.
Talk CPA.
I had got an LLC back in 2018, and it was on I just want to say legit.
So it's probably a disregarded entity. You don't have the income tax benefit of being able to do this.
Yeah, so I think I just pulling it out, like I put money in it, but then I just take it right back.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
All right.
Legally, right?
Wait, you got a step. You got a step. Kristen.
I have a question. So when we're switching these entities to S corps, and now it's business that doing payroll. I know with my LLC, I have like something, the realtor. So maybe with the S corp, it shouldn't be that because it shouldn't have realtor.
It doesn't
in
matter.
It doesn't matter.
That's a good question. So what she's asking about is state compliance with IDFPR, right? Because you can only advertise your services under the name as it appears on your license. You can't advertise under a different name unless your brokerage registers that as a DBA, or you register that with Doug. You have to email Doug. That's how you do that. But that's the official process. No website, no forum, email Doug. Like I had to email Doug because my license says Alexander Fenske and I advertise under Alex Fenske. And I emailed Doug about something else. He's like, you realize you're using a diminutive version of your name. You have to register that with me. I'm like, okay, what do I do? He's like, email me back and tell me that you're going to advertise in there. I'm like, okay. So I hit reply. And I'm like, hey, Doug, I'm advertising my services under the name Alex Fenske, diminutive version of my full name. He's like, got it. Thank you. But here's what I'm telling you, you don't have to worry about. Your business entity, you're not advertising. My business entity is called Lakewood Capital Inc. nope, that's not advertised anymore. I'm not like, call Lakewood Capital Inc. for your home sale. No, you're gonna call Alex Fenske or Chicago South and Homes, and those are all registered with Doug.
See, but my thing is, I think that it would be easier for you to get funding, or just my ignorant mind maybe, but it may be easier for you to get funding because of that title versus something, the realtor.
I think when you're looking for funding, you look at your P&L.
Okay.
You know. I got, and mine doesn't say realtor, I got Biddle. Yeah,
Who is that?
Doug is the guy at IDFR.
Oh, it's a real person.
Yeah, Doug Seymour. Doug Seymour, that's right. All right, any more questions or ahas before we hear from our sponsor?
Wait, so make the S corp a different name? Is that what-
It doesn't matter what you name it. You can name that, you can name your business entity whatever. For the purposes of state compliance with licensing law, you can't advertise you can't go put things on your website or Facebook page or business card that's not your name as it appears on your license, unless you register with like a team name or a group name or a DBA. You have to register that with the state. But you can have a business entity named whatever. It can be whatever LLC. And I'm not advertising that, right? That's just what's receiving my commissions behind the scenes. You only need to worry about state compliance if you are advertising under a name that's not what your name is on your license.
So if my name is Tanya Bailey, I can't go out there and come talk to T-Baker.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You can't be like, Bailey Property Squad. Like you can, but you got to talk to Doug.
What's Doug's email?
I can't remember. I got it. Email me. If you need Doug's email me. I'll send it to you. Doug Seymour. All right. So check it out. Our sponsor today, his name is Matt. He's with John White, Public Accountants. So this is, I'm going to give a quick intro. I have worked with them since probably 2014 or 15. I had to ditch my other accountant because he was making a bunch of mistakes and I was catching them. And I'm like, dude, I shouldn't know more about the return than you. I haven't even been trained in this. I knew I had a problem. And there's another agent that was working with us that said, hey, why don't you talk with these guys? They're actually using the MREA chart of accounts and they can keep your books, as well. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. So I started working with them. At this point, I don't even know that many of the top agents, both within Keller Williams and other companies, work with them for the tax returns because they've sort of developed, a specialty in that. So they do my bookkeeping, they do my tax returns, business and personal. They also do wealth management, right? So if you have retirement accounts, they can be the administrator for your 401k, your IRA, your taxable accounts, like just regular brokerage investments and stuff like that. They do all that stuff and I trust them a lot. And there's a lot of clients in this room. So if you're not working with them yet and you need an accountant, a bookkeeper, a wealth manager, financial planner, this is your people. So Matt, go ahead, do your thing, Matt.
Appreciate it.
And we appreciate you bringing lunch for us.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm glad I could come by. Thank you. Thank you. So my name's Matt. Like Alex had mentioned with John White and Company, there's a couple of us over there in the office that, myself and Patrick and then Angela as well. We all kind of do the same thing in terms of the investment, tax preparation, bookkeeping, stuff like that. Patrick sent me out here today just briefly to kind of make note of a couple things. I know many of you guys in this business are always looking for someone to run things by in terms of an accountant, your financials, if you're looking to prepare for retirement or just individual investing. Couple things here that we can take a look at, just if you're in the situation where you're with an accountant like that. Appreciate it.
I'm gonna just keep one so I can make more copies. Okay?
Yeah. You're with an accountant right now and things are going well, that's great. If not, you're looking to make a change. Just a couple things to consider.
If you didn't get a copy, I'll make a copy.
Just got a couple.
Can I take yours?
Yeah, if you'd like to take.
All right.
Just look off.
You can borrow it.
All right. So just going down the list here, and this is pretty brief, we deal with clients who come from, TurboTax, self-preparing, and, with you guys, whether you're Schedule C, S Corp, things can get, a little complicated. In terms, I know Alex is real good with advocating, keep track of those expenses and let's make sure everything's reconciled and categorized in the correct area. But first here, when you're either meeting with an accountant or, you're browsing around, credentials. So you may work with a CPA, you may work with an enrolled agent. a licensed tax practitioner. At John White and Company, our office, we're all enrolled agents. So, we've gone through the testing and the preparation to classify ourselves and practice as enrolled agents. So, on your behalf, if anything were to come up, we're able to then, contact the IRS and represent you to resolve any issues.
AKA they can be the ones that call and wait on hold. I use that frequently.
Right.
Like, no joke. Like, I don't want to I'm not going to do that.
So yeah,
Do it for me.
and the IRS has gotten better. Same with the state of Illinois. We'll make a call in 8:30 in the morning, right when the line's open, and we'll both take down our phone number. We may not get a call back till the next day. So wait times are unbelievable right now. Number two, kind of how many other returns do they prepare for clients in the same industry? With you guys being real estate professionals, I'm fairly new to the office here. I've been there about 2 years, but I know Patrick's father, who started the business back in the 80s, he's worked alongside realtors for so many years. And we probably do upwards of 50 realtor returns, which I would say classify us as probably the leading firm or company within the suburb area to deal with, realtors and whatnot.
I would say so.
Yeah, and I know many Keller Williams realtors work with us currently, and Alex is, like you mentioned, has been a client for some time now. Number three, kind of making sure you'll be able to contact them after you complete your filing season. April 15th for a lot of tax preparers is feet up on the desk. I'm taking a month vacation. That's great, but with us, as you had mentioned, we're financial planners. We thrive on the wealth management aspect of things as well. So our office stays open year round. Where some accounting offices will be open a couple months in the beginning of the year, and then around October reopen again. But we're there. The office is always open. Give us a call. And then fourth, kind of in terms of refund, we all like getting a refund. It's never fun to be sitting with a tax liability come into filing time. It happens, but you may have worked with accountants in the past who will actually have your personal refund issued to the accountant themselves. That's not too common, but it is out there, and they'll take your refund. They'll take their cut out of it for their services, and then issue the rest.
It's veto.
Which kind of our process, that's not something we do. It's not something we'd like to do ever. We want to e-file things and get that refund submitted to your bank account as soon as possible, and then we just invoice you for our services, for the duties being provided. And then kind of finally here, just in terms of audit assistance. So after you complete your return, you're subject to an audit. The statute of limitations is 3 years. So after you file, you have 3 years of kind of, fingers crossed, we're tax preparers. We, prepare to returns by the tax code, but, we're not here to audit what you bring forward to us. So if there were a situation when you were to be audited with us being enrolled agents, we can practice before the IRS. So, we can represent you through those kind of situations. In terms of being in the real estate business, you don't see too many audits, and when it comes down to it, it tends to be on the expense side. So, if you gross maybe $100,000 this year, and your advertising expenses are upwards of 80,000, that might be something to look at.
Or like I said earlier, they all ended zeros.
Exactly.
All of your expenses are all round numbers.
Yeah, so that's when, our job is, we may question you on that, be like, hey, how legit is this, or, is this really it? But, that's a big thing too, you see. And, we're not dumb, I would say. We kind of know what to do.
I could agree with that statement.
Yeah, we kind of know what to do in terms of keeping the IRS's eyes off a return, and we're consultants in the sense that we'll call you up. We'll say, hey, this is what we're seeing and how things sit right now, and if you want to proceed, sure. Let's just make sure we have the documentation to back up anything that comes out.
And on that note, my recommendation is that you just take the easy route. Remember, we talked about you set up your separate credit card account and your separate banking account. When you have them do your bookkeeping and stuff and your payroll, and you run it all through QuickBooks, you just link those accounts, and you don't have to keep track of anything other than maybe mileage. all of your charges and all of your income automatically go into QuickBooks and they get it all. So you don't have to do all that. That's no fun. The shoebox, you can scrap the shoebox.
Right. So that's, yeah, we, with our company offering the bookkeeping services, I know many realtors we work with, will prepare their taxes. We'll deal with the bookkeeping as well. So, that's a very smooth process of having everything in one place. And yeah, being able to pull up the P&L statement or anything like that, those reports, it makes our job a lot easier. And especially, there's no headache then come filing time. You guys are getting all these receipts put together and scribbling stuff down on a piece of notebook paper.
We'll take 2 questions and then I think you'll stick around during lunch. So
Yeah.
you guys he's got business cards and stuff. 2 questions if anyone has them.
I have a question. How long do you need to hold on to your paperwork? You mentioned there about an audit 3 years. So does that mean you need to hold on only 3 years?
Yeah, I mean, we would always recommend holding on to prior year returns if you have a physical copy, as long as you can. If there's ever the limitation to be audited is 3 years, so I guess with this 2022, it would be your 2019 return this year could be potentially audited. 2018 this is 2021 filing, so 2018 this year. 2017 is no longer subject to that, but we always recommend, there's no issue then holding on to those returns if they're in a safe place.
But the receipts and all that go with that.
The receipts, as long as they're on the return, no, there's
Right.
really, yeah. Oftentimes we'll
Or in the shoebox.
Yeah. So you'll come to us with a whole lot of receipts. We'll take what we need, scan them. So whoever your accountant is, they probably have documentation of less, a couple years as well.
One more, Rob, and then we're going to lunch.
Does a digital transaction on like a Chase Bank credit card line item on your, not bill, but when you get your statement for your credit card, like I have a Chase credit card, and it shows what the charge was, is that considered a receipt or do you need a physical piece of paper?
If you're linked through the QuickBooks and have that credit card linked, that
Counts as a charge?
correct? Yes. There's very few times that we'll need to see the receipt from, wherever you made the purchase.
I've been doing that for years. I can't think of a time that happened.
Yeah. So
You
if,
don't keep any receipts. You just, everything goes through the credit card and then the credit card.
I hang on some stuff if I think I need it for clarification, because every month I get an email if there's for any charges or anything that Angie's not sure of. She might be like, hey, a card swipe or something. She's not going to automatically know what the purpose was.
Yeah.
So I might hang on to it so that I can remember, that was lunch with so-and-so, and I can put it on there. But once that's done,
yeah. So yeah, there's oftentimes, like Alex mentioned, on our end, we see some things that we're unsure of in terms of the bookkeeping side. Just questions on certain charges and just shoot them over for clarification and then we'll move on.
Yeah.
So
there you go.
Just as many headaches we can alleviate it is kind of our goal there. Make things simple come to filing time. It can be hectic and, dump everything on us. We'll deal with that and hopefully call you up once we're done with it.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's really nice when income tax prep is not a headache. It's a blip on the radar because your bookkeeping is done, your P&L is done. You ask a few questions, you e-file, you sign some stuff, you're done. Like it makes it real easy, and you also save a bunch of money and you save a bunch of time. So thank you very much for helping us put this on today.
Absolutely.
Matt will be around during lunch. Ask him any questions you got. We're going to take 30 minutes and we're going to get going at 12:45 sharp. I'll put the timer on the board. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
So your bookkeeper or CPA is linked to your QuickBooks?
Well, I have a QuickBooks account that I set up so that they could do my stuff.
Yeah, right now.
And they manage that. And then I have my business credit card and my checking account linked to the QuickBooks. So all the transactions feed into QuickBooks automatically.
Yeah.
So they just stay in QuickBooks and go, all right, that's listing income, that's sales income, that's cost of sale, that's company dollar, that's office rent, that's whatever. They categorize.
And they do all your payroll too, or you do your?
They do my payroll.
They do.
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't have to worry about that side of your business.
Zero.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
I really appreciate it.
Sorry, speak up.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, absolutely.
This is my guest.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, so now face to face.
Well, enjoy your lunch and we look forward to wrapping it up. I'm glad you came.
Thank you.
I remember the house.
First, to get things going, I need to see some.
So I do choose to have the.
Reach
Oh.
out to transfer to the office. Any reported wages, 1099s.
I did 9 houses.
Once we get those in our possession, that's something we could do. Walk you through the steps of setting up an IRS account. And then you just.
How you doing?
What's up?
No, actually, no, it costs-
Yeah.
Oh, you $50 for this class. This was $50.
I put the fees up there with you first. There's reasons I'll explain later, but
No problem. But
No,
then
you're
I
right.
got something from Lakewood for $150.
that's the profit.
So I need to pay for that. Okay, all right.
I mean, however you want. I just did it through there so I could know and just at least.
You
this
can
would
have
be a
it. It's
notification
easy
to
to
everybody.
do it. Okay.
Yep.
And I fairly got into real estate. I moved here in 17, I got into real estate at 19, so that was the first year.
Right.
I actually had my own business. The only big thing that I have previously been. I was like, what are you doing? I know.
What did I do? Were there money Friday? Didn't have to get looking here. We'll be there to talk. Whenever you are, I'll be back in office. Let me know where I'm going. I'm gonna show you how to get this. Just so I can get your. We'll go. I'll take a look and see ones that. What year was that?
Oh, so I was here 17, 19.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna, I thought I'd get my cabin, put money back.
Yeah.
I promise you.
So do you get your work late now? Yeah.
And so 19, it was 1 month. So I had to be 1 month, didn't do any business. So, and then 20, I started making money, so.
Yeah. That first step, you want to start. I'm working with the guy now. Yeah. So 17.
That's fine. I mean, I lost it. And we can get on track. I'm willing to take the loss rather than try to, because I was doing it. Of course. And it was always nice.
You were getting a refund.
What I did, I said return.
Yeah. It's all the same. It's all the same.
I'm just a commoner.
Well, that's okay, like, you know, stuff like that happens. It's more often than really. Because honestly, if I was in this business, I would, you know, if I don't have it there, timely or, you know, try to come there.
And I thought about it, back then, I'm sorry. But I had decided about 2 months ago that I wanted to, the next time I had the opportunity to see y'all, I wanted to check.
Okay.
Oops, I'm going to. And I actually got to get out of here. Oh, yes. I'm gonna set up now. You're so beautiful. And I appreciate it. That means it must be true. It's wonderful. I'm sorry, you take mine.
Yeah.
I work on the job, but I don't file, they don't, I'm not exempt, but I don't pay federal taxes. They said because I claim for kids, something about 8,000 is supposed to be in the back. But when I get put in that,
For now, withholding federal taxes or are they issuing you W-2?
yeah. But my check, I don't, it's not paying them no federal tax. I don't pay no federal tax, no.
Okay.
But then I'm gonna owe that, but they said because I don't make enough to.
Right, you'll receive that $8,000 that come from the child tax credit or the family credit. Could be up to, you know, depending on the 3,000. Absolutely. But in terms of paying that back, absolutely. You're concerned with having to pay it back on the next couple of years?
This year, like when I found my taxes, I'm like, oh.
You're gonna, like, yeah, if you haven't paid in any federal taxes, did you just choose not to?
No, I was doing it like before last year, before I came forward, so I just had a baby in 2012. So this year I did, I had 3 kids on here. Well, no, I was always told you always claim one kid. So I claimed me one, and then my kid, so it's 4, claimed 4 people. So this year when I put it in, they don't take out federal tax. I don't pay no federal tax. I pay state, but not federal. So when I finally talked to them, like, what's going on? They said, because I claim 4 people, some people about 8,000. You don't see, you don't make enough for us to take out federal taxes from your check.
What's like around your gross wage that you're pulling? Because it could be low enough to.
Gross is like 2,500.
A year?
No.
A month? Check? How many, so you usually don't claim yourself as a.
So I take one person.
Is that, did you, when you issued to your employer W-9, is that you filled out?
Yeah.
That's the federal tax withholding. I mean, did you go off and talk to the IRS or did you talk to your employer?
That's why I need to talk to.
Yeah, I would need to take a look at it.
Because a lot of stuff changed, like I did about, I got the income coming in. What's going on with the job? I'm about to tell that.
Well,
bring it all in.
So, yeah, I mean, if you've never worked with anyone, you know, we're gonna want to see everything. So, you know, if that property you purchase, if you purchase it this year, you know, you replace settlement fee. You know, do you have tenants? So, you know, that income, you have to report that. You know, you report any expenses paid to keep the upkeep of that building, you know, to depreciate your equipment, stuff like that. The W-2, you know, we need to see if you have any other investments, 1099s that are issued.
Yeah, I got a 401k, 457 in the pension.
Okay.
But that all comes out the check.
Yeah, so you're paying in the fees.
Yeah.
Yeah, that, so then if you're not taking money.
Well, I took money out the phone payment about the building because
Right.
whatever it was.
Yeah. You- the 100% down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you want me to take a look at things, I just need to put everything together.
But
And
those only for this tax. It'll be
this
for
would be for 20.
20. That's 21, yeah.
Yeah, so anything that purchased done in 2021 is what we're working on.
Because before then, I did my taxes by myself on.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. But now I think, I don't know, maybe
Have
I
you owed in the past?
state, yeah. Federal, no, I never
You're
owned
getting
that.
refunds?
Yeah.
Then you might be okay.
I mean, great.
As long as your income isn't way up, putting you in a higher tax bracket, then you might be okay with that.
Okay.
But again, this is all asking, I need to see things
Yeah.
in front of me. If you want to put things together, email them over to me. I'll take a look before we move further.
So what would you need? I'm gonna email you, then you tell me all you need.
Yeah.
I'm emailing
I'll give you a list of anything that I think you might be issued, so W-2, which you may or may not have received. Anything from the purchase of that rental property, building, similar, how long you've been doing the real estate?
I haven't made it.
Right, so as you would here, you have expenses. I'm sure you've had expenses with the rental properties, right?
Yeah.
So you got, whether you have a repairs done, furniture, can you pay someone to remove the snow? Those are all write-offs expenses. So those are the kind of things you want to keep track of. Because that income you get from the rental property, you gotta claim.
Okay.
Yeah, give me an email. And your name?
Jay.
Jay.
Jay Crock.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's a lot, but here, I'll let you do this too.
I never started taxing on it, but I got the income, but I take it out. So I'm hoping.
Here, this is kind of we use it for rental income. So property. This is just something called income. And these are all your. Yeah, this would just be for, you purchased the property last year. So you take it year by year. And then this would be more. Like the real.
That was really good. Why didn't
Okay, similar thing. So this just helps us out. Help you out. You don't have, 100 different pieces.
Yeah, I see.
And I'll make mention of those.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Everybody's saying I'm gonna have to. I have to start something. Would it be good to get for me, I look at
Any of your income with us.
Yes.
So. That would be more on the side. Keeping, I can put together like a LLC, sole proprietor. So the schedule C. I can put that together, you know, anytime you're. Where your net profit is. I mean, you would then bring that to your husband or something. And he would just have to. If you file joint, I can't file.
No, I
know it's fine.
I have to.
Yeah.
Yes, I understand. I would have had to use it. I would have taken a call and try and figure it out. But I came to. So when we come back down, I printed it. I put out my business. I mean.
Yeah, no,
I
and
get my
that's.
hair done. I don't know. But there may not be a reason. Something can change and I need to get it. I need to
Yeah,
get
it's
it
good to have
together.
things.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't. And I think this makes a difference. I have nobody, you know, in my.
Right.
Or regular income. Like it's not regular income. It's not every. Like it's that when they were going to take me $5,000.
Yeah.
Someone.
Right.
I mean, it's very much when you're opening, very fun. Trying to.
Yeah, that's.
That's how it's going.
Monthly accounts down the block.
Yeah, man.
At least honestly.
Zoom in.
Going where.
Yeah. And we're back. All right. Was that like enough of a break for your brain to decompress a little bit?
No.
No. No. Well,
I'm kidding.
you're out of luck. Too bad. I know it's a lot, and I think you hopefully have heard from, you know, if this is your first time with this content, you've heard from people that are here for their not first time. You're not going to do all of this at once, right? We're showing you the mountain so that you know where to start. So however much you can do from this is fine as long as it's something, right? We're going to go through the actual profit and loss statement, the example, the model from the Millionaire Real Estate Agent. We're going to look at that document so you know what yours would look like. And then we're going to do a little exercise to help you take a look at one. We are currently on page 47 and now 48 in your materials. So we're talking about goals and actuals. A lot of the tools that we use, whether it's a business plan, or an organizational plan, or a budget, that's one document or one tool. You use it to plan and you say, this is how I want everything to look. And then you do your actuals. So you go back, okay, this is how I wanted it to look. How did it actually look? And so it's the same document. When we talk about your P&L, we usually call the planned one a budget. And we call the actual one the profit and loss statement, or P&L for short. By the way, profit and loss statement, or P&L, is the same thing as an income statement. It's the same document. It's two different words for the same thing, in case you're wondering. On page 49, we're talking about the two business financial scorecards, the profit and loss or income statement and the balance sheet. We're not really going to talk about the balance sheet other than to just tell you what it is. The balance sheet is something that all businesses have or should have, but it's not really a tool that's instructive to a service business, right? So we don't really have inventory. We don't have assets within our sales practice. So the balance sheet is not really an important tool for us to use as real estate business owners. Profit and loss statement is the income over a certain time period, the expenses during that same time period, and then the profit or income, what's left over. The balance sheet shows you your assets, your liabilities, and the difference, which we call equity. Because our service business doesn't own a lot of assets, that's why that's not super important. Your accountant will still do one with your tax returns, but it's a behind the scenes document. So we're just not really going to talk about that. one good way to remember these is that the profit and loss is over a period of time. You can look at for 1 month, you can look at for a year, you can look at whatever time period, but a P&L has to be for a time period because it's about what came in and what went out. A balance sheet is like a snapshot. It's at a moment in time. What do I have? What do I owe at that moment? So the P&L is over a time period. The balance sheet is a one moment in time. If you turn to page 50, we're going to look at the actual. Oh yeah, they say if you can read a nutrition label, then you can learn to read basic financials. Well, and really it is true. There's nothing complicated about it. You're just not familiar with it. So once we familiarize you with it, there's nothing complex in there, especially as it relates to our businesses. I mean, if you were going to go look at the Amazon P&L, well, that's probably different. But we don't need to do that, do we? Page 50 is the actual profit and loss statement, beginning with an overview level. This is the sort of general level, large, broad categories, not broken down into all the specifics. This is a good way to introduce yourself to this. The way this statement is built, you read it from top to bottom, and you start out with your income. So the top line would be your income. And so you might hear me reference top line revenue or something like that. If you ever hear that, that's what I mean. Top line revenue. What's the total that came in the door? Then you're going to get into your two major expense categories, cost of sales and operating expense. Cost of sale, as we mentioned, it's not a whole lot of different items. Commission, royalties, referral fees, that's the first deduction. On your P&L, you'll probably have a subtotal right there. It's called your gross margin. That's your income minus your cost of sales. It'll be a little line in between. Then we go into your operating expenses. There's a lot more of them. They shouldn't necessarily total up to a higher dollar amount, but there's just a lot of smaller expenses that add up. As I mentioned to you before, salaries and lead generation are always going to be your two biggest line items for operating a real estate business. And then you're going to have a bunch of other smaller ones. So we hit the big ones first, and then we go into the others. These are the categories. There are lots and lots and lots of subcategories on the full chart of accounts, but you don't have to use them if you don't need them. You just use what you need. Then you have a subtotal of your operating expenses, and then the bottom line. So that's where the phrase comes from, right? So you give me the bottom line. So the bottom line. The bottom line is your net profit. And that's because you take your income minus your cost of sales, minus your operating expenses, profit. And that's the 100%, 30, 30, 40 that we looked at before. This is just breaking it down a little bit further. Okay. So this is a very general overview type of profit and loss statement before we get into specifics. You guys get this part?
Yeah.
This makes sense how the document reads. Now, in this column, they have monthly, and here they have annually. So you may or may not have both of those at the end of every month. I get a P&L from that month, and then I also get my year to date, right? So in May, I'm going to have, here's all of what happened in May. Here's what went in and went out in May. And then the next column is my year to date, January through May. All right. And then on my year to date one actually has next to it prior year, right? So when they give me my year to date P&L, it's year to date this year, right next to it at year to date last year. So I can compare to see what the trajectory is. Ultimately, this is not a report. We call it a profit and loss report. It is a tool. Its purpose is for you to use it to understand things and make decisions. So it's not just a report to be like, cool, I have it, yay. No, you're supposed to look at it and go, what does this mean? What can I do better? Let's go to a sample P&L. In here, we're looking at page 51. All right, so you're gonna want bookmark page 50 because that's a good reference. We're gonna use that as we do the next couple of conversations, next couple of exercises. Here, what they did, instead of doing like monthly, annual, they did a budget column. Here's what I planned for, and they did an actuals. Here's what actually happened. So this is a P&L, a sample P&L. So questions on this one. Is this agent sticking pretty closely with the MREA percentages that we said on page 50? You see what the percentages there are. 30% cost of sale, 15.5% salaries, blah, blah, blah.
No,
Why not?
his lead gen budget is 6,000, but he spent 34,000.
Well, that's true. How does that compare to the model? In other words, did he budget too low or did he spend too high or both?
Let me do the math.
Okay, that's what you gotta do.
His commission should be more. Cost of sales should be more than.
So 275.
All right, so over here, say it again.
I said cost of sales should be higher.
Cost of sales should be higher. So what's going on with that? Plan to have cost of sales of 82.5, only actually spent 60. What, why would that be? Well, his income was close. I mean, he made 270 instead of 275.
I think the percentages are for lead gen and coaching.
So hang on, hold that thought, Nikki. We're gonna come to that next. Why is the cost of sale, even though his income was almost exactly what he or she planned, why is the cost of sales so much lower than what was planned? What would cause that? Yeah, so you know, if there's a cap involved there, maybe didn't plan for that. If what?
If it's no agent, so no cost of sale paying, no referrals.
All the work himself.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So probably planned to be paying splits to agents and then either didn't do that or didn't pay as much splits to agents because maybe the Rainmaker did a higher percentage of the business than team members did, right? If I did 90% of the business and a team member only did 10% of it, and I planned for it to be 60-40, or I did 60%, they did 40%, my cost of sales will be lower. But understand that means I would have had to spend more time to get the higher cost of sale, or the lower cost of sale. Yeah, so probably something to do with planning for or having team members that are closing deals. That's probably what's going on there. Nikia, what was you said?
His coaching and lead gen budget versus actual. Because of cost of sales, he had a little room left there, but I'm still thinking his percentages were off for those two.
What are they? What did this agent spend versus what's the model say?
Well, I don't know percentage wise what he spent. It was very low, but he didn't spend 30%.
Well, you guys got to do the math. That's
Okay.
That's part of being here. Is you got to work through this because when you look at your own, you're going to need to do the same thing, right?
So
What percent of GCI was spent on lead generation?
oh, wait.
15%.
You know what?
I just heard like 1,000 different numbers.
15%.
He actually did stick to 30%.
No, lead
No,
generation
lead
should only be
generation.
So lead generation was $34,800. What's 34,800 divided by 270?
I was looking at his total.
12.8,
Oh.
right? So lead generation was 12.8% of total gross income, right? What does the model say? 9.6. Okay.
Oh,
So-
wait,
So it was higher, though it wasn't the sort of gap between the budget and actual. So the budget was trash. I mean, if you thought you were going to spend $6,000 to generate 275, you got another thing coming, right? I mean, tell us all how that works. We'd like to do that too. You're going to have to spend money to drive that kind of business in, whether that's on your existing sphere and you're going to do a lot of marketing to them and client events and appreciation things and VIP group and drawings and raffles and all that, or you're going to go and buy leads on the internet and you're going to work them, whatever. You're going to have to spend money to drive $275,000 in gross income. And it's going to be more than 6.
If we go with that original example that you said that he thought he was gonna have help, like admin or something like that.
Well, we didn't go to admin yet. We were talking about an agent on the team. We want to talk about admin, you got to look at salaries and benefits.
Okay, so an agent, so can that be why he budgeted for 6,000 or it don't matter for lead generation? He has to do more lead generation because it's by itself?
Well, having another agent on the team is primarily going to show up here in the cost of sale, right? Having another agent on your team doesn't mean that you get to spend less money on lead gen.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that. In fact, it typically means the opposite, because when you bring an agent on, generally speaking, part of a team's job is to provide leads.
Okay.
That's part of the team's value. It's not the only thing or all of it, but that's a part of it. And so when you need to go generate enough leads to feed multiple agents, your lead gen expense is typically going to go up. Now, if you're doing things right, your profit will go up too, despite the higher expenses and cost of sale, if you're doing it right. All right, so we've identified the lead gen was a bit over the model and way over budget, which was too low to begin with, right? What else do you see in relation to what the guidelines say versus what this agent spent?
Education and coaching.
What was education and coaching as a percentage GCI? It was 1.5%. And what does the model say that it should be?
No, the model said 1.5.
Okay, what was the actual? 4.8?
Yeah.
Okay. Part of this is that we're using we're using a millionaire budget for a 270 business. If I'm paying $1,000 a month, for example, for coaching, that's $1,000 a month, whether I'm doing 270 or $1 million, right? So the percentage looks a lot different. Now, part of what you need to do in your way as you're growing a business, you need to make decisions based on the return on investment. Generally speaking, if you have a good coach, there is a positive return on that investment. Meaning, if I spend 12, I'm going to make like 60 more because of the work I did with the coach, right? And when that's the case, sometimes you may need to spend a bit beyond your current income in order to get to the next level of income. It could be through coaching or education. It could be through lead generation. If I'm going to go ramp up my leads, I'm going to have to pay that money before I get the reward. So there will be times where it might actually make sense for you to do that. What this document allows us to do is ask the question. Hey, I noticed that this expense was higher than I planned for. Why was that? Why didn't I plan for that? What changed? Is this necessary? Is there a positive return on investment? Those are the questions that you can ask when you look at the numbers in black and white. Whereas if I didn't have this document, I'm just rolling through life, how do I make that decision? I don't know. The way I feel that day, right? What kind of way is that to run a business? Question.
Do you usually review this once a year or just a quarter?
Best practice is to review P&L monthly. Monthly, yeah. Now, at a certain scale of business, it's quite a bit more. You get to very large real estate teams, and they're looking at their numbers daily. We as a franchise look at a simplified version of our income statement daily. We have 200 agents. They're out there doing business. We need to know how much is coming in. We need to know when we cross over and become profitable for the month, right? Right. So we look at that daily. But there's a lot of people involved in this business. And we have people that run those reports, and we have accountant, and we have all that stuff, right? For an agent business, like a solo agent, there's no need to look at it daily. Your expenses and income don't change it daily. They definitely change monthly, right? Yeah.
Basically allows you to look at what you budgeted for, and how much you're actually spending. So if something you may overspend on, you can perhaps cut back on, or see whether it's worth it, or evaluate what you've done.
Exactly. Well, one of the things we always look at is we look at your lead generation expense as a total of GCI. And we want the best ratio there possible, but at the same time, if you're underspending on lead generation and you're not hitting the goals, I have to ask you the question, are you generating more leads than you can handle? Or are you sitting around looking for leads? If you're sitting around looking for leads and you're underspending on lead generation, you actually need to spend more money. Right? But those are the answers we can't come up with unless we have the numbers to look at first. The numbers, your P&L is usually not going to give you a lot of answers. What it's going to give you is a lot of great questions that you can then decide answers to. or you can go and find the answer.
For example, if next month, say if you're doing it monthly,
Yeah.
if next month your total residential income has doubled,
Mhm.
and you're gonna ask, how, why is that? Well, you doubled your lead generation last month. So
Yeah,
this has
you should be able to see an
the
effect.
trajectory effect. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, if I'm gonna do some new lead generation spending, I want at least a 5x ROI on that. Meaning if I spend $1, I need to see 5 come back or more. Otherwise, I'm not using my money efficiently. There's better ways to do that. Okay. So if I'm gonna go, hey, I'm gonna do this new lead generation program because the guy from New York called me and promised me it was amazing. Right? The 585 number with the Bob, what's his name? Yeah, you know, here's 5, we'll set all these appointments for you, right? And I'm like, so let's say I'm a sucker, and I was like, all right, Bob, do it. Here's my credit card. You spent $5,000. Well, I better be able to see 25 or more come back from that. How do I know? I look at this. What was my revenue at this time last year? This month last year? What is it this year? And if I'm tracking my lead sources, I can trace it directly back. How much money did I make because of the money I spent? If it wasn't 5 times more, I'm out. So we always tell our agents, you want to try a new thing, you believe it's going to work, great. Sign up for it and put a note in your calendar for whatever time frame is appropriate for that source that says review the ROI on that lead gen expense. That way you don't end up accruing subscriptions to everything until all of a sudden you turn around and there's like no money left. The recurring stuff is what kills you guys. It's not the card swipes. It's the recurring stuff that gobbles up your budget. So, that's great insight on how to use this document. What's your advice for this agent? What would you like tell this agent to do or think about or look at?
Well, congratulations.
Congratulations.
That's the first thing.
All right.
So according to this, the lead generation actually worked. So spending money on all the leads worked because it's made about the same as it was to make.
Well, it's true that the agent earned the same gross income. There's a problem there that they spent 6 times as much in lead gen than they planned for.
So how did?
You thought you were going to generate that income on $6,000 in lead gen expense, and it took you 35.
Yeah, but he save on the other side, he save on the cost of sale. So now the question is why this agent particularly choose not to hire or let it go, like whatever happened in the situation. So he definitely didn't spend 22,000 for like commissions, but then he spent around 22 on the lead gen.
Well,
That's like,
yes, what you're saying is that it washed out. And so there's a great point in here, which is that this is a model. You're not always going to be lockstep with this. I don't care who you are or what kind of business you're running. If it's nip in one place, it's tuck in the other, right? So it's like, I was over on this one, I was under on this one. Is my bottom line what it could be? Or am I operating with inefficiencies that I could actually address and boost up my profit for the same amount of work and money that I'm spending, right?
so my advice for the agent will be like, for the next year, because maybe just a new agent doesn't know anything. Let's put like that. So for the next year, so it has to, like a budgeting has to be more accurate. That's number one.
Yes.
And for example, for the lead gen, I will go back to ROI and see, did this like so much money really produce expected income and can be a little bit, and then also the coaching, I believe in coaching. So definitely I will not reduce that money, but I will put the accurate money on the coaching as a
Budget for it.
Yeah.
I agree. And I'm with you. I would, if an agent brought me this P&L, I'd go get the detail of your lead gen expense. We're looking, that's the number one thing we're starting with, because I know you don't need to spend 35 to generate 270. I know you do. So what I can tell you is that the 80-20 principle will apply there. Who knows what the 80-20 principle is? Nakia, share with us.
20% activity to land 80% results. So
Yeah.
taking to my top 20% of my day will be 80%.
Yeah. So I think when I look at this agent's breakdown of their lead gen expense, if they're spending money on like 5 different things, I bet there's one of them that generates the vast majority of their business, and the other ones generate nothing or close to nothing. And so why don't we stop what's not working, or fundamentally change how we're running those programs, so that we can operate more efficiently. I mean, honestly, if you could have cut lead generation expense by 15 grand for a source that brought you no closed business, where would that 15 grand end up? In your pocket. That's profit. So let's do that, right? Don't keep spending that money that's not bringing you anything. Cut that. Bam. It's straight to your bottom line. Now, if you still want to spend that money, let's evaluate a different source, a different method.
Yeah, and I will also add, for example, that can be Zillow, because Zillow, lead gen is like extremely expensive, like, and the agent buying, like paying like a 3, 4, 5,000 a month. So for me, this is like, it's a buyer lead most of the time, so you're spending your time. So I will ask this agent, is it better to have an agent who will be your buyer, or you will spend money on this lead and then not spending time with the tenant? Because,
right.
You know, like, depends on the scenario, what's happening on the lead gen.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So, say it again. So the agents that I work with, I lean on really hard to go and hire a bookkeeper to run their stuff. Because, yeah, I coughed in this general direction. I lean on real hard to use a bookkeeper, because if you show me this, I instantly have questions. That's the purpose of this, right? Now we need to go find the answers. Show me the breakdown of your lead gen expense. If you can't show me that, we hit a roadblock, right? If you're using a bookkeeper who's funneling all of your transactions through QuickBooks, there's a detail page for every overview page. And what you do is you or your bookkeeper goes to the lead generation category and clicks on it, and it shows you every charge to that account. Right? So when I say show me the detail, I'm like, what's in there? Right? Now go total up the subcategories. I spent this much on client events. I spent this much on Zillow leads. I spent this much on whatever. Now let's go look at your closed transactions. Where'd they come from? What was the gross commission income? All right, now we have the money we spent to get the business, and we have the money that came out of that source. Let's compare those. What was the return on that investment? You spent 10 grand on Zillow leads and did one $5,000 sale. Stop it.
Stop it.
Right? Or the myth of 1-to-1, right? Well, I spent 10 grand and made 10 grand, so it's a wash. Oh, you spent 10 grand, but then you made 10 grand in gross revenue.
What about the
And all the expenses, and then the income tax liability on that. Oh, but what about all the work you did to generate that 10 grand in revenue? 1-to-1 is trash. 5-to-1. 5-to-1.
Wait, so 5-to-1 meaning you spend something on marketing, you need to get 5 years?
Yes.
No, 5 times.
5 times. If I spent 10 grand, I better see 50 coming back. Otherwise, I'm canceling that program, because I know what's attainable. I know what I can get. When I run the numbers on repeat, sphere of influence, client referrals, and repeat, and all that stuff, I'm at like 20x. Why would I go spend money on something that's 3?
Can I ask, how long do you track that? Like, so for example, let's say you hold an event, because if somebody purchases that month versus somebody that purchases 9 months later, is that 9 months later still included in the
How familiar are you with the term ish?
Ish?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You're not going to be able to tie everything to something exactly. So you're going to have to say, what is the money that I spent on marketing to my sphere of influence and past clients? And then you're going to have to look at the business that came from sphere of influence and past clients. Now, in many cases, you're not going to be able to say, that person told me at that event that they're going to buy a house, and I sold my house, therefore it was that event. Because it actually may not have been that event. Right? It may have been all of your marketing that happened, and that's why it came to me and talking about that. You don't know. You're not going to be able to get that granular, but you will be able to say, I spent this on sphere and past clients. I spent this on expireds, right? I'm buying the data, I have a dialer, I'm doing blah, 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 right? I spent this amount on geographic farming. You're going to be able to go with categories and understand from there. Good question. Because when you start to implement this, you're going to run across all these questions, and that's okay. Not everything's perfect. It's fine. All right. So this was good, right? Looking at the P&L. We're going to go in a little bit more detailed version. Again, remember I said there's subcategories. So now instead of looking at just income, we're saying, well, how much of that income came from listings and how much of it came from sales or buyer sides? That matters, right? How much of it came from referrals? It matters. It's not just a whole bucket of income. I mean, it matters how you got it and what work you had to do to get it. And it matters if you have market share for that or not. So this is the detail of income. Question?
Will, do I have to keep up with this? If the John White and something keep up?
They do that.
Okay, good.
No, I don't even look. First of all, you're not. You won't. Okay. None of you are going to do this.
Not, oh, that's why we're here. You know,
Right. Because you're not going to do that. And even if you were going to do that, I tell you not to do that because it's going to take you hours and hours to attempt it, and you're going to screw it up, and it's going to be incomplete and wrong, and then you're going to have a messy, useless P&L that you spent too long doing, and for what? Or you could have somebody who actually does that do it, have it be done right, have it not take you any time, and then the 10 minutes a month that you allocate to looking at your financials can be used on making decisions instead of trying to look for that receipt.
Okay. See, I'm saying like the listing income, putting that in, once I get the commissions, putting this into a spreadsheet for John White.
Oh, no, no, none of that. No, no, what you do is you forward them your DAs, your disbursement authorization that breaks down how your pay happened on that deal. You forward them your DAs, or if you're like me, when you get your DAs, I drop them into a Google Drive folder, and that folder is shared with them. So I just save them to a folder because there are times that I want to reference those, and they're just in the folder. And then she knows when she sees income hit, she goes to the DA folder and goes, oh, here's the DAs. And when she sees charges that came from Amazon, there's a folder of invoices and receipts. And she goes, oh, 2916, oh, that was spent on education books. And then you just save your stuff. They do the work.
I like the fact that you drop it in the Google Docs.
Yeah.
I just got a couple of steps ahead, but now when I hear you, I'm also have taken some backwards. Cause what I did was like, hey, Jamie, make sure you please include Angie on my DA. That's what I know.
Good. Yeah. So on the DA, it says whether it was a listing or a sale or if it was referral. It says it on there. It says what was company dollar. It says what was royalty. If you have team members, it says how much they were paid. It's all on there.
Oh no, I was deleting when I get my.
Yeah, it's all on there. It's all there. If you deleted them all and you need them now, email Jamie and say, hey, I deleted my DAs. Can you send me all my DAs? And she can pull a report and send you DAs. Done. All right, so let's take a look at the detail again. All right, so we have different types of income, and you can have residential or commercial or all this. So guess what? If you don't do commercial business, these fields you just won't have them on your P&L. That's fine. You only use what you need. Cost of sales, there's commissions to the office, royalty, listing cost of sale, buyer cost of sale. These are lines that come into play when you have team members that you're paying, right? If I close a deal if a buyer agent closes a deal and we were on a 50-50 split, the team with the team member, then the 50% that I paid to them out of the commission check will go under buyer cost of sale. So I can look right there and I know how much did I pay the buyer team, right? How much did I pay to listing agents? If you have referral income, or I'm sorry, this is cost of sales. So if you're paying referral fees, that will be other line items here. You'll have like referral fees. It'll be a line item. It'll be a total of the referral fees you pay. I don't like, and you guys that work with me know this other is nothing. There's no other. Who can vouch, right? Yeah. Now there's no other. What is that? Tell me what that is. Tell me what your other category represents. There's only one answer, and it's I don't know. And then you need to go no. So if you give me a P&L that says other, you're getting sent back. Right? Bring it back when you know what other is. You got $5,000 in other. Well, if you don't care about the 5, why don't you just give it to me next time instead of giving it to other? I'll take the 5. I'll book it under bonus income. So those numbers matter, and I don't like the other categories unless you've looked into it. It truthfully does not belong anywhere else. It was a weird one-time expense, and you're going to put it in this other. Fine, but short of that, it needs to be somewhere.
So Alex, I have a question there.
Yes.
So the listing cost of sale and the buyer's cost of sale are all to do with what you're paying agents?
Typically, yes. You could use that for like referral fees if you're paying referral fees or something. But I prefer to have that in a separate line item because I pay some referral fees and I also am going to pay cost of sales to agents. I need those separate. Those are not the same thing.
Okay.
So I prefer to have it where it's referral fees paid and separate from those.
So what's the listing cost of sale?
That would be if you paid out a bonus on a listing. So if you have an ISA and you pay them 5% bonus on the deals that close because of their appointments, you know, and they are the one that set that appointment and the listing closed, you gave them a 5% bonus, you put that under listing cost of sale. If you have a listing specialist, right, which at a certain scale of business, you leverage that out. That would go, the bonuses, they typically get a salary and a bonus. Salary goes under salaries. Bonuses go under cost of sale.
You can also add in the listing, like marketing that you do in the listing, no?
The salary?
No, marketing, like if you spend money on Facebook or.
That would all go under your lead generation in here. So you've got
the
different.
listing, I'm saying when you have a listing, you put in as a cost of sale.
So cost of sale is cost that you only incur when you complete the sale. So when you market your listing, that's not a cost of sale. Because if that doesn't sell, you still paid it. You still paid for the sign, the photography, the advertising, all of that stuff goes into lead generation. Now, if you really wanted to, you could make a category here that says listing marketing. You can play with this a little bit if you want, but that stuff all goes here because you pay for it no matter what. That's all operating expense. Yep. This is the detail of the operating expense. Salaries. Some people have asked about paying yourself a salary. Here's where it goes. Management salary. Contract labor. I paid a contract closing coordinator on a per file basis. You put it right there. I paid a runner. They're not my employee. It's not a salary. Contract labor, right? Here's your benefits and payroll, taxes and all that stuff have a place. There's a place for all that if you have those expenses. You have your lead generation expenses. In the full Word Excel document, it actually has sort of a narrative after each of these that explains more about what sort of things go in that category. It helps a little bit when you're like, I don't know, is it this or that? Yeah, the Excel file has that information. Breakdown of education and coaching. Was it training? Was it coaching? Was it stuff you bought? Was it dues, board dues, whatever? You have occupancy. If you're paying to rent a desk or something like that, or you're renting an office, banking, office supplies, the stuff all has homes. All your expenses have a home, and you shouldn't be the one clicking the buttons to say what's right. Listen, they know how to use this system. Most of this is recurring. Everything that you incur every month, it's already pre-programmed. QuickBooks receives it, puts it in the right place. And the only thing the bookkeepers, this is why it only takes an hour or two a month, because the bookkeeper goes in and goes, I don't know what these charges are. Hey, Chantel, what are these charges from? And then you say, and then she goes, done.
That's it.
Now down here, you've got, charitable stuff, loan interest, whatever, just, here's your other category, but everything still has a name. Any questions about the detail, understanding that we're not going to go through what each expense is categorized, but the sheet does, and I'll get that sent out to you.
Just a question.
Yes.
If you have a listing and you have to pay for, trash removal.
Okay.
On the property, how do you identify? Is that under contract labor or?
There's another subcategory in one of these that's called like concessions or something like that.
Oh, so that would be still considered a concession because you get it to your.
Yeah, if I was like, hey, I kind of screwed up your file, and so we're gonna pay for your home warranty,
Okay.
right? That there's a, it's not on this slide, but it's in the full sheet. Yeah.
It'll be considered under concession under.
It'll be under, let me see, concessions, I think is under lead generation. For many of these, like, some expenses seem kind of borderline. I can put it here, I can put it there.
Yeah.
Then there isn't typically a right or wrong or one way of doing it. What's important is that you're consistent. So if you're always booking something in the same category, you're fine because it's represented there, it's all there, and it's not scattered throughout other places.
That was my whole problem with categorizing. I was overthinking, like, what is this? Where does this go? How does this, when, like I say, yes, I need.
And now you get to do zero of the thinking.
Yeah.
Zero of the thinking, none of it. There we go. All right, we're gonna, let's see. I want you to go to page 59. We're gonna do this as a group. It says on there, getting groups of three. We're gonna do this as one group. Page 59. Now you're gonna want to keep page 50 bookmarked to flip back to it. Because again, page 50 has your overall percentages on it for the model. On page 59, Annie's P&L. We're going to answer the case study questions about Annie's financial health. Now her P&L is sort of a expanded view, so it takes up like 4 pages. The case study questions are on page 63. So I'm going to recommend don't just try to look at the whole P&L to start. Let's just go to page 63. And Assumpta, read us that first question.
How does Annie's cost of sales compare to MREA guidelines? How would you advise her?
All right, cost of sale. How does the percentage compare? What should we do first?
The cost of sale divided by gross.
Yep. So what is that? Oh, wait, they already did the math for us on that one. She's lower? All right, so if you're looking at her P&L, do I have this on a slide? No. If you have her P&L on page 59 at the very bottom, there's a total cost of sales, 60,000, and right next to it, it says 22%. So how does that, what's the model say for cost of sales? 30. So how does she look? She's under budget. Okay. Well, she might be, Rob, but at 270, if she's got admin help, she's probably okay. Right? But good point. Rob's like, she's killing herself. Well, she might be. She might be working too hard. Depends on what her average commission is. If her average commission is $3,000, yes, she's probably in the hospital. If it's 10, that's 27 deals. She's fine. She doesn't even need an admin. We don't know that. All right, page 63. Why don't we do here, Marianne, read us number 2.
How does her operating expenses compare to MREA guidelines? How would you advise it?
Operating expenses. What are her total operating expenses as a percentage GCI?
45.
45. What does the model say? 30. Holy crap, what happened? How would you advise her?
Count monthly, scale back, look at what he's getting and all of that.
Anything that stands out to you as you look through her operating expenses? What could be causing these to be so high?
Advertising, entertainment.
Her car.
She's
I don't know
fancy.
that.
I heard she parties too much. I think that's because the entertainment other field is 15 grand.
Yeah.
There's that other. What is other, Annie?
Right.
Tell me about 15 grand in other.
And other.
I heard somebody say her car. Yeah, right. 10 grand. Well, depending on the market area she covers, I don't know, that may be necessary, but is she driving too far for her business? Is she wasting a bunch of time trying to service buyer leads across the metro area? And maybe she should say no and refer those out. I don't know. You could ask her. What else stands out to you for operating expenses?
Administration, 40,000, that's normal.
Depends on how many units she's doing. Why don't we ask her?
What do you mean, how many units? Like how many?
Well, you know, she's doing 270 in gross income. And the question you're essentially asking is, does it require a full-time administrative salary for you to do 270 in gross income? Well, that depends on what's her average commission dollar amount. Now, if she's trying to run a flat fee model and she's charging every client $500, how many units does she have to do 270,000? Like a zillion? You're gonna need more than one admin, right? If her average commission dollar amount is $10,000, how many units does she have to do to make 270? 27 units. Does she need an admin to do 27 units?
No.
Highly unlikely. Highly unlikely, unless she works another full-time job.
But I mean, if she's spending on advertising 12,000, so then she needs the admin to carry that load.
Well, yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's not like.
She needs somebody to hold down the fort when she's spending her $15,000 on other, right? Yeah. So those are good questions to ask her. Remember, I told you the P&L is going to give you questions, not necessarily answers, but it's going to give you good questions. Crystal, read us number 3.
So what is Annie paying herself? How does this compare to the OREA guide?
What is Annie paying herself?
When it's total salary.
She's not paying nothing.
She's not paying nothing. She's getting nothing.
Yeah, she's not paying anything. Ain't she management?
She's paying her admin 40.
She likely, if she was paying a salary, it would be probably under owner or management, but there's nothing there.
So she's not even taking no money.
That's right.
She doesn't pay the most valuable worker there.
But her total salary is 43.8.
Where do you see that?
On the next page.
Well, her salary and benefits is 43.8, but that 40,000 salary is booked under administration. That means that she's paying an admin. She's not paying herself a salary though. What she's doing is she's living off of her profits, which is probably sloppy. I mean, great. I'm glad, Annie, that you had $89,000 in profit, but can you tell me where it is now?
And with her doing it like this, she paying something out that profit, she's gonna have to get taxed on the. So.
Yeah, we would be asking, hey, do you have a business entity? If you do, and you're not paying yourself a salary, talk to your accountant. Right? Like there's a lot of questions around that. At this, for a business like this, survey says she should be paying herself a salary for a lot of reasons, right? I'd say, Annie, tell me about your monthly personal budget. And she would say, exactly. Right? Because she doesn't have one, because she's just taking the money out of her business account if she even has one, right? It might just all be going to her personal account. It's just receive and spend, and how much money do you run your household on, Annie? And she says, I don't know. Right. So right, there's a lot we can do with that, right? Number 4. Oh, you get it.
What if any her accounting for her pay a salary? How would this affect her operating expenses?
So wait, her operating expense is already what percent?
45.
And if she paid herself a salary, it would go up. Yeah, well, yeah, if she threw another salary in there. Now, I already have some issues here because Annie is running a solo agent with one admin business. You can tell by the P&L, that's what the org chart is. Solo agent, one admin at a 33% profit margin. That is very inefficient. It should be double that. It should be double.
So what would you tell her to do? Spend more money?
Burn it all down and start. No, I'm joking. No, we would look real hard at operating expenses. I would specifically look at lead gen. Let's look at the ROI. I bet she's wasting a lot of money on lead gen that she doesn't need to be spending. Yeah, I'd be talking about entertainment. I definitely want to know her average commission dollar amount and her price point. Her cost of sale is it looks like within control. I'd be asking why she has buyer cost of sale though. Why do you have a buyer agent and you're not even closing enough deals probably to really justify a full-time admin? Do we need to be paying a buyer agent half, or maybe is there a better use of your time and you're not running your schedule? Let me look at your schedule. How are you spending your time? Right?
Wait, so the buyer cost of sale is not when, like if I got a property and I'm selling it, I'm the listing agent. That's not
buyer cost of sale on an agent P and L means I have a buyer agent on my team. I paid you a portion of a commission of a deal that you worked on.
Okay.
And I'm saying at this level of production, you shouldn't even have a buyer agent. That's not where you're at, right? That's not good money to be spending. I'm not even sure you need a full-time admin. We need to look into that, right? Well, she's taking the profit. She's living on the profit, right?
That's exactly, that we originally said. Like,
Yeah.
So like that net income,
Mhm.
so much related to your salary. It's really like now when you're talking in details, now I know, but when I started,
Yeah.
that was my salary. I was really like net income.
Yeah, you're just using, yeah, right. So we know we've got a lot of conversations we can have with Annie, right? And guess what? That's a good thing, because without that document, what conversations could we have with Annie? Annie, tell me about your profitability. I don't know.
I'm doing
Do
great.
you have money in your bank account? I have some.
Making money.
We all start as Annie, you guys. We all start as Annie, and you're starting where you're at, and then taking the next step, right? You know how many agents are not in this class right now? About 35,000 of them, right? That are in our MLS. They're not here, and if they want to keep being Annie, they can. I'm not hating on her. She's ready for some help with her P&L. She's ready to make some better business decisions and stop wasting money on stuff that doesn't work, right?
But before I look at it, you would think that you made money, like I made 90,000, like I'm good.
And that's exactly why a lot of people don't feel the need to be in here right now, because they feel like, well, that was enough. But what if you did everything the same, except we eliminated $30,000 of unnecessary expenses that you spent? What would you have done with the extra 30 grand, Annie?
Without knowing if I probably would spend it, I know where it went.
No. What if I handed you the extra 30 right now because you didn't spend it? You didn't do anything in your business. It was wasted. What would you do with the extra 30? 30 grand right now. Oh, nobody's short on uses for it, right? So that's the thing, is like, until you look at something like this, how do you know that there's not some ineffective money being spent? And I can promise you, for most of us, there is.
And I'm like one more thing why the agents are not here. They're treating this as employee business, not like real business. And they're always thinking like, oh, this was a great year. Like a lot of people had like a peak production, everything. So, every year will be like that. So they don't put it on savings. They're not creating a passive income. They're literally spending dollar, whatever. Yeah.
Sure.
Paycheck to paycheck.
Yes, and then like when the rainy days comes, they even don't have umbrella, like, because they are free shop. So like pretty much that's what they don't see as a future, that unless you really experience, there is no.
Yeah. Well, and there's,
I'm sorry, piggyback, you are a business. You need to run your real estate business like a business. And to me, if you're gonna be taken serious and earn the income that you wanna earn, you can't be willy-nilly with your book. Right.
well, and there is no valid argument to run at a lower profit margin than you need to. There's no, you can't be like, and here's a good reason why, no, there's no argument for that, right? But if I asked Annie, how old are your children? Somebody be Annie for me.
I'll be Annie.
Nikia's Annie. Nikia, Annie. How old are your children?
12.
12. Okay. How many years till he wants to go to college?
That'll be in 5 short years?
5 years. Okay. How much is in the college savings right now?
That would be, no. Am I Annie?
You're Annie. You're Annie right now. Just make up. Just make up Annie. This is got real.
Nothing, Alex.
Nothing. Okay.
Nothing.
And would you like your kid to go to college?
Yeah, I think that should be the best.
Or at least have the option, right?
Yeah.
What's annual college cost running these days?
I know every bit of more than 35,000.
35,000. Wow. So what's the total expense for college?
Probably times 7, so it's about $140,000 for a 4-year education.
And you have how long to have that money?
5 years. I have 5 years.
So tell me, Annie, is your 89,000 still enough?
No.
Do you want to talk about your retirement?
I don't, please. Sure, let's talk about my retirement.
You want to talk about your credit card balances?
I also like to party out.
Yeah,
so
there's no argument you can make for running at an inefficient profit margin. There's nothing you can say that's like, oh yeah, that's fine. No, because you can use all of that money. I don't care who you are, right? I don't care how much you've got.
That's right.
Life costs a lot, especially if you want to live a good one, right? You want to be able to give your kids options. You want to have, if you have kids, you don't want them to graduate college saddled with debt and have to sleep on your couch for the next 7 years, right? And that's a reality of what's going on. I don't know if who here has looked at college costs in the last year. High doesn't even begin to describe it, right?
I'm sorry.
It's absurd what's happened to it.
And they're online.
Yeah, but what, tell me about your other options, right? So like, what about your retirement? You gonna be sitting at kitchen tables talking about commission rates when you're 72 years old? Only if you feel like it, I hope, right? But like, you have to have a lot of money saved up and you don't have a pension. So let's talk about the profit margin again. Like you have a lot of uses for that money. And even once you're taken care of, there's a lot of other people that could benefit from you having money too. All those purposes that you talked about, all those people that you're going to help. If you got to go into debt to send your kid to college and you can't stop working because you can't retire, are you going to be able to help those people? No. Crystal, you had a question or?
With this, are we supposed to start now? Yeah. Oh, today? Yeah.
Well, this is what I'll tell you. You're not going to walk out, go home and create a full P&L. Okay. What you must do is you must identify some action steps and you must do something within 24 hours.
Yeah.
You have to take some kind of action within 24 hours in order to just get moving on this. Okay, Patricia?
Can I make a suggestion?
Go ahead.
To what you said, when he said you must do something in 24 hours. If you have a business account already, okay. What I would do is schedule an appointment with Angie. I'm telling you, that's so valuable because even with all of this, you know, Alex believes in Google numbers. He loves it. And so, I mean, because this is what he does. You know, he's always on our tail but it's a good thing. It's great. I would schedule an appointment with Angie. That's a huge game changer. Take you a notepad and go in there butt naked. Don't go in there just let out.
Figuratively. It's not that kind of place, okay? It's a business establishment.
You came from Alice's class, you're a realtor. You don't even have to give her the nuances because we all kind of pretty look like the same, with the exception of how much we make. Everybody, all of us got a whole, that's why we're here, because we ain't got it all yet. We know how to sell real estate, we know how to write a contract, and we do know how to cash the commission check. All the other stuff, that's why we're here. I would say call Angie.
I also want to add is like when I first start taking this class, it's like literally I got this much of the book before when I got here before I blanked out because I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. But now it's like going through and definitely talk to her because I would pay a tax strategist $2,000 and he didn't do shit. Nothing.
And I'm not that happy to have the conversation. You know what to talk about.
I could have paid my way.
Yeah.
So one more take, get up on it.
I'll say for the overthinkers, that was me. Okay.
And me.
For the overthinkers that, because we all leave the class and our head is like giant and you're like, oh my God, what do I do? Where do I start? Right? Just remember how they keep putting out the one thing. Even if you feel this one thing is beyond, like, I'm not here yet. No, what are you talking about P&L? Guess what? That one thing could be separate, stop commingling. Yeah. You know, separate a checking account that is solely for real estate. Separate an account to where this is where all my expenses are for my business. Because those are the things they're going to tell us when you go to see an account anyway. But I commingled for years.
Just like only, 97% of our industry.
Like, hey, this really big check all belongs to me and I don't have to do anything but pay the house bills and then wait for the next. Like, it's just really the discipline. So even if you're not ready for the account yet, start with one little thing. It's gonna change. It'll make you hungry. Like Chantel said, At first, half of the book probably won't make sense. The next time you come, it's like us hearing the same information over and over again. It makes more and more sense to where you're ready to take on that next. phase.
Especially when you're applying what you're doing and implementing it, because when you're implementing it, now it just kind of comes all together, because I promise you, numbers is not my thing.
Mine's either.
And let me add, when you get ready, I'm sorry, did I cut you off? And when you get ready, the other thing is when you get ready to invest in real estate, that's a huge another topic at a mastermind that we'll invite you guys to, you know. When you get ready to invest in real estate, how you gonna invest and you don't have, and you made zero? Cause you're trying to get the, you know, earn income credit.
Yeah.
$6,000, you don't roll off everything, you really didn't make 10 grand, you know, that's another thing. I'm sorry. You
Just
pay
some-
for that.
I'm gonna give you a real life example of that. Remember I told you about my thing every December, right? Where am I gonna land and what games am I gonna play?
Yeah.
Right? December of last year, December of 2020, I didn't play as many games as I normally did because I was planning on buying an investment property with a regular mortgage, right? I can get commercial loans like nothing, right? Through my guy at the commercial bank. I'm like, hey, Joe, could you fund like a thing for this and that? He's like, yeah, just, you know, tell me when you want the, whatever. Like, it's the easiest thing, but I wanted a conforming loan with a 30-year fixed interest rate, right? And that's a hard thing for those of us in this industry, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't play all the games. I know I could have had more tax deductions, but I'm like, I'm not gonna do that, right? I'm gonna keep it here.
Correct. 3.1. Days
Before the closing, the underwriter has some extra questions. Right, this was in June. Now, the house of cards I had built, I was selling 2 long-term investment properties that were both occupied rentals. One I was selling to a tenant, the other one was tenant occupied. I was selling it to a third-party buyer, but the tenant was gonna stay in the property for a month after. That's how I had to time it up, right? And it's a 1031 exchange with 2 properties into one. And I'm buying a property out of state, right? All this at once, right? Days before the purchase closing, the underwriters got some extra questions. My income, the way it typically works is my cap resets February 1st. So I pay all my company dollar in February, March, April, right? I usually cap it about 3 months. So I pay all my company dollar in then. So naturally, because I hit all my costs of sale right there, my income looks lower for the first 4 or 5 months of the year. And then it goes up after that. And they have my year-to-date P&L through like May, right? And so she's like, oh, it's not averaging to what your annual average is. And I'm like, well, I know, because I pay out I pay a lot more expenses in the first few months and then I'm done. But the bank doesn't care, right? They're not like, oh, cap what? It's your average income year-to-date. It's lower than it's supposed to be. And like, so it was towards the end of June. It was in like the last week of June. So I called Angie. And I was capped by June, right? We had boatloads of commissions coming in.
Sure.
So I called Angie and I'm like, can you run me a current month till present? Run me a June P&L. It was like June 26th or something. I'm like, and can you do it like now? Like in the next hour.
Like in the next 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Sure do.
And well, guess what? Because this is all set up, she ran it, we sent it, loan approved.
You know,
Without having used this tool, that could have been a freaking disaster.
And the company, because I had this happen to a client, the accountant, so Angie stopped, dropped and rolled to make sure Alex was okay and was available, okay? I had a client get caught into this exact same thing. They wanted $250 for them to draft the letter.
Oh.
At closing.
quick question, you know, this, so it's funny you said that, Alex, I never thought about it until you just mentioned that, the income shown after cap, so you can't really take that average. Well,
when you're a business owner, they're gonna take the average of your last 2 years, but they
correct.
average it on a monthly, right?
Right.
Loan qualifications are monthly
Yeah,
income.
monthly, yeah.
And then they see my annual average. And then they see my year-to-date monthly average, but I don't receive my net profit evenly.
Right.
My net profit starts here and then it goes here, right? And then it goes up. So my year-to-date, because they average that with the income, right? My year-to-date monthly income was low, even though I was just sharing with Jorge on the lunch break. for the year of 2021, my top line revenue was up 88%. My net profit was up 400%. And the mortgage company, the way they look at it, they're like, you're not making enough money. I'm like, it's because of the way I receive my income, and the mortgage company doesn't care. You have to be able to show them the average monthly income has not dropped. So the only way out of that was that I have professionals that work on that. And we already have the year-to-date stuff. And there's all the systems set up where the QuickBooks feed is all there and it's all there. And within 60 minutes, I was able to get something that without that, the whole thing would have crumbled. It would have been a freaking nightmare.
Yeah.
Complete nightmare.
I just had somebody tell me that they had to wait 48 hours to get this information that you just told me. You called and got in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And they still couldn't get it, but they telling me how many millions they make. But you can't get on the phone and call somebody and get the information that you need. Something wrong.
Well, and here's the other thing is I can log into my QuickBooks and run a P&L at any moment, but I knew that there would have to be some things categorized and stuff, you know, but it's all there to be able to do it. So what Patricia said about buying investment property, oh, you're gonna need a P&L. You want to borrow any money for anything?
Yes.
Personally,
Yes.
you're gonna need a P&L.
Yes.
When you receive your income from a business that you own, that's how they qualify you.
Yeah.
So if you don't have it, you're gonna have to whip one together and it's gonna look like crap. Right. Isn't this wonderful and amazing? Did you think that our agent financials class was gonna go into how fun this P&L stuff is? It really does make such a huge difference. So I want you to put a little dog ear on page 68. Page 68 is a blank chart of accounts that you can use to create a budget if you would like to write those out as an action item, just to get a sense of what you should be planning to spend this year. So you can use the categories, the percentages and stuff if you'd like, or just write it. If you want to do that exercise, you can go ahead and do it. We're going to go to page 76, and it's called Health Check. By the way, for those of you that are very detail oriented, we're skipping some things that are like talking about individual portions of your monthly agent bill and where you should classify it. Don't. They already know where to put that stuff. Don't spend your time, all right? So what we've been talking about this whole time is that this is a part of your financial health, and your financial health matters to the other parts of your life. You know, we've got this little chart with the circles, and we talked about spiritual and physical health and stuff. Anyone here ever had a financial problem that caused a physical problem? Right. So this is not just, remember, this is not just numbers for numbers' sake, right? Like, I feel like everybody in this room will either raise their hand or like laughed out of acknowledgement. Like, financial problem causes a health problem? Absolutely. Happens all the time. Stress is a special thing. So this matters for that. A couple things to think about, and then we're going to go through the org chart and how this thing grows, and we're going to get your ahas and action items for the day. Okay. Page 77 says, if you become incapacitated or disaster strikes, what is going to happen to your business? So there is such a thing. Remember, we said you should have a good insurance agent, a financial planner. There's disability insurance that you can purchase inexpensively to where if you become disabled, you receive a certain amount of income. I have that. Training somebody else to carry your business forward, that's possible at a certain point. Save for a 6-month reserve. I mean, work up to it. You're not going to start there, but keep socking money away. I tell you, it feels a lot different when life happens and stuff goes down and you got a fat bank account. Like, somehow it's actually kind of okay, because you're like, you know what? The worst case scenario is like, I might not make some money, but I can get through that. And that's a lot better place to be than like, I have a problem in 6 days from now where I don't know how I'm going to run my life, right? So work on saving to get to where you have 6 months of your operating budget in reserve. Be thinking about this stuff, because this is the kind of thing that could derail a career, or it could be a blip in the radar. And a lot of it doesn't cost you much. Now, if you're in a position right now where, you know, the money is super, super tight, you're going to go buy disability insurance, probably not first thing, but I want you to know that it's out there. I want you to be thinking about it. Is that fair? Okay. Page 78. Building the future now. Savings plans. Man, we had some fun in the affluent agent class with these, didn't we? Some ridiculous things where you could, there's actually a couple ways. There's one way in particular where you can actually receive money, grow it in investments, and then spend it, and it's never taxed. Ever. Like never taxed. It's the HSA in combination with a high deductible health plan. Which actually I'm switched back over to one. I was on one before, and we switched to a regular plan, and my renewal's up in May, and I'm totally going back.
The high deductible.
Absolutely. Yep. Because the family contribution limit for an HSA is $7,500, and that's going to cover almost your whole deductible. And after with the high deductible plan, after you hit the deductible, they pay 100%. So I'm going to have tax-free money. By the way, I can put that with a self-directed administrator. I can do fun, crazy stuff with it while it's in there. It grows. And growth isn't taxed. You spend it on qualified health expenses, and that's not taxed. You spend on toothbrushes, and it's not taxed. Like no joke. So there's some really cool stuff with these savings plans. IRAs, if you don't have a retirement plan in place right now, you can open an IRA for next to nothing. It's super easy. You can do it at your bank. You can do it wherever. You can probably do it online. Open up an IRA. You can put a few grand in there, get a tax deduction, and just start saving. You can do that until you file your return. So you guys that if you don't have that in place, you can make a contribution for the 2021 tax year to an IRA up until the point where you file your return. So you can do that right now or with your return. Yeah, you can make a 2021 IRA contribution. Individual contribution limit is $6,500. So you can put, is it $6 grand? 6,000 or 6,500. You can throw that in. All that's a deduction. So it lowers your taxable income, and you're going to start saving for your retirement. Yeah. Or you can do less than that, right? If you'd like to start and you're like, yeah, I don't have that kind of cash laying around, you can put some in. There's various different kinds of IRAs. There's for those that have a business entity, you can set up a 401k. We went through the power of that. That's an amazing thing. And one of the major benefits of having a business entity is the ability to have a 401k. Yes.
So, again, the tax strategist I mentioned about the self-employed.
Yeah.
It's not, your money's not when it goes in, but it's not when it comes in.
Yes, unless you go with a Roth option, which is the opposite. Yeah.
But he did not suggest it because he said something about how the taxes are gonna be higher and it wouldn't benefit. Like, can you explain how that?
When you're strategizing around taxes and you want to choose whether I'm going to make a deduction to a traditional IRA or 401k or a Roth IRA or 401k, theoretically, you should be asking yourself, am I going to be subject to a higher income tax rate when I'm in retirement or now? Where is my rate going to be higher? I'd like you to tell me when you can with certainty predict that answer.
You can't.
I mean, if you retire in 3 years, you probably can predict that, but for those of us that are not, I don't know. I mean, but the farther you are from retirement age, the more beneficial a Roth starts to look because that's untaxed when you take it out. But again, it depends on how much you need in deductions now. If you have a low tax liability right now, maybe you throw it into a Roth because you don't need the extra deductions. You have the available cash. You may as well throw it in there. When you take it out at retirement age, it's not taxed. And the longer time period it grows, it can get ridiculous, like good ridiculous. We teach a whole other class about that topic. There's a lot of cool stuff to do with that.
Didn't you mention in that last class there was a different 401k? It was an individual?
It's called solo K. Yeah. Nobody here would ever end up with a full 401k plan. It would be a solo K. It's a lot cheaper to administer. Yep. For those of us that are with Keller Williams, there's a section here about growing your profit share. Which is just when you introduce people to the company, if they eventually join the company and they close business, our office will pay you money. Kelly Clute is running a group of people that are, just finding ways to help people do that. So that's another wealth building option that actually becomes sustainable and you can will it 2 generations. Am I correct in saying that? That's right. On page 81, we're gonna cover the organizational model, and then we're gonna do our ahas. Page 81. Who's read Cash Flow Quadrant? Great book by Robert Kiyosaki. It's the second in the series of the Rich Dad Poor Dad, right? So if you've read Rich Dad Poor Dad, this is the second book in the series. And it's fantastic. It talks about the difference between being an employee or being self-employed to being a business owner and eventually an investor. And the question is whether you're trading time for money. And Alex mentioned it earlier about whether you're in a position where you have to trade your time for money or not. And that's where we'd say you graduated from being self-employed to a business owner when you are no longer tied to the chains of time for money, meaning I earn income that doesn't depend on my daily efforts.
Amen.
Right? And it's hard to generate enough money as someone who's employed or self-employed only. It's hard to generate enough money to make that money generate enough money as an investor. The path to that is through business ownership. I almost left the real estate industry in 2013 because I didn't realize, because of the company that I was at, the environment I was in, nobody talked about stuff like this. And I almost left the industry. I was trying to leave the industry, right? And I ended up picking up a massive client, and instead I just changed companies to get on a better compensation plan, as like I guess I'll do this for a while, right? And I landed here and I ended up discovering that this is the business ownership opportunity that I'd always hoped for. I just didn't realize that real estate brokerage was where I was going to find it. I never moved. Like I grew up in one house the whole time, right? You are in such an amazing position to be able to grow your sales practice into a business. And a business is one where other people work hard for you and you don't have to do all of the work. And in some cases at a certain level, any of the direct work to generate income. And that's when you can go and have the freedom of your time, which, as you mentioned, typically has a lot to do with each of our lives by design, right? The organizational model is the path that you can follow to get to that point. And on page 81, the first level of the organizational model is where your business is just you. That's how we all start in real estate. And it's great because there's a low barrier to entry. You pay like $2,500 in fees and stuff, and you can make all that back on your first deal. Not a lot of businesses like that. But it starts with you doing every task for every person. You may get to a point, again, roughly 36 or so units a year, where you can't do all the work anymore, and you need to hire somebody. And the path, the results and the evidence say that should be an administrative operations hire. And then the next hire, as you turn to page 82, is that your lead admin hires another admin. And then after that, after you've offloaded all the administrative work that it takes to operate a real estate business, then you can bring in people to help with sales, driving more sales. And that would typically be a sales associate, like a phone salesperson, and or a showing partner, both of whom have the opportunity to earn into leadership roles, which you see there on the right of the fourth level, where somebody's going to become a lead buyer agent and they're going to have showing partners. And that inside salesperson may become a lead manager and they hire another one. And your lead admin may hire another transaction coordinator or listing manager or something along those lines. The fifth level is where you start to see that you really can operate this business with 3 departments or divisions. You have your inside sales division, your operations division, and your outside sales division, which is your agents that are out there, boots on the ground, right? And now at the 5th level, by the way, the 4th level, you can do $1 million gross. Level 4, you can do $1 million gross, all right? Level 5 and above, man, that's the stratosphere. There was a time where there weren't that many agents doing this. These days, there's actually a fair amount. I mean, it's not like, the ceiling on the business is now over 60 million. Actually, I should go check and see what its place. That's number 1, right? After Ben Kinney and Chris Suarez merged their things, I'm curious where they landed. I'm curious if they hit 100 million, honestly. It's very possible. 5th level, you've got your 3 divisions. And in the 6th level, you can even expand your operations to other geographic areas. This is the point where we were talking about fairly big businesses here. And at a certain point, you can grow this to where you don't manage the business anymore. You hire a CEO, and you see the 7th level, it's you, and then aligned to a CEO. Now, there aren't that many of those. There are not too many true 7th level businesses where someone has hired a CEO. However, there are some. Linda and Jimmy McKissick are one of them. And we're taking a course through her, right?
Jane Rivers.
Yeah. Jane Rivers, yeah. So I'm telling you, you can generate $1 million at level 4 with just 3 or 4 other people that are a part of your business. This really is a cool business, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, when you build this into a business and it's not always you and just you turning the crank, what does that open up for your life and your time and your ability to be there for the people that you want to deepen your relationships with, your family, your children?
I did 3 showings and sold the property last night, didn't leave my house.
That's right.
And hung out with my son, who's 5 weeks old.
How about that? You know, and I'm glad you mentioned that, Rob, because, you know, I always look at this and through the lens of, in real estate, this is not a profession where people are known for having a lot of time for their families, is it?
No.
It's the agent, the real estate agent, you know, always on their phone, stepping away at the baseball game to go and take a call, getting up from the dinner table, right, to answer emails. That's not what I'm trying to have my life look like, right? And what you've learned today hopefully gives you the tools that you need to take the next steps along the path to running a profitable business where you don't have to spend the extra time to earn the money that you need to live that life. I want this to be the difference for you between missing all your kids' sports games and being a coach, right? Because it can do that for you. You can run a business using these models. It's never going to be perfect, but you can start where you're at and you can take the next step and the next step and the next step. And you can truly have a business that funds your perfect life. I would like to hear what you guys got out today. I'd like to hear your ahas and your action items. I really want you to write them down so you don't forget them. While we're doing ahas, if you would, please fill out an evaluation for me. I want to hear from you what you thought about the content today, what we did well, what maybe if you missed anything could do better. So you just got to go to kwueval.com. This isn't like an internal Kelly Williams website. Just anybody, any company, just go to kwueval.com. It'll say your region. You choose Mid-American. Event type is Market Center. Course, it's the 3rd one on the list, Profitability Agent Financials. And then instructor name. Fortunately, I'm blessed with an A name, so my name's right towards the top of the list there, Alex Fenske. So, and then just fill out the, selections after that. You can do that, write down do that now if you would. Write down your action items, and as you guys are working on that, share with me your ahas. What did you get out of this? What are you going to do?
Action item, I am going to continue to, faithfully have a tax shelter dedicate, where it's money going from every close and faithfully. And then also quarterly taxes this year, 2022, we won't have the discussion. Like, I really feel that now I'm finally understanding and I'm at these next steps. So I'm sticking to one thing, and one thing is I'm taking care of it, the taxes.
Great. Great. That's awesome. Shinto.
So my action item would be, getting completely signed along with energy. I'm an overachiever, so I'm always trying to do something. But the fact that I came here today and I literally took the 4th quarter off because I was sick. I took the 4th quarter off, still was able to pay all my bills on time, then skip a beat. January, I'm on my 7th bill close. And so all of my, I did not work physically the 4th quarter. And to have that happen, to have 7 bills closed for this month, it's like, oh, you're doing something right. So I'm gonna just give myself a win.
There you go. Yeah.
And the three marketing I had yesterday because that was huge for me. You have to be in a position to take months off like that,
Yeah.
and then to rebound, right?
Yep.
So I'm just happy that I'm understanding and that it's all coming together, and I'm getting to the point of where I want to be as a business.
Great. It's great. And I know you're setting up the S Corp. You know that Patrick can do that for you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
All right, good.
That's my other thing, that the S corp, like, now that you're talking, I'm like, damn, I should have just did it, but I was scared. And I was like, I
It's
was
okay.
gonna keep it.
You can do it
simple.
for this year and you can make sure that your income for, it's not too late to where you can set that up for starting January 1st, right? They can work that out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Good. Rob?
I was just gonna say that, I hear a lot of terminology. It's like, it's always drinking from the fire hose.
Mhm.
This is my second year now with Keller Williams. But if I continue to immerse myself and hear different things, you pick up something every time. So for people that are new or not with Keller Williams, like when you hear all this terminology, it's very daunting. It's daunting for me with really bad ADHD the second time around, I think. To pay attention to you pick up a little bit of something every time.
Yeah.
So I think, but just the power of knowing your numbers so that you can run a business that allows you to live the life that you want to have.
Amen.
So.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Now how's action items? You got one, Mary.
Create the profit by number. I just always did it by like the percent I want to be at, but if you do the actual number, it'll let you know what you need to gross to get that number. And maybe you can change up like the percentage by like skimming some fat off expenses. You can get more profit without having to gross more money.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, always begin with the end in mind and build the profit you want and make it matter. Use the dollar. Who else?
I had a lot of them, what everybody else said. I mean, I got so much out of this class. I just, even just not only for my business finances, but even my just the household expenses and everything. I just need to start keeping track of stuff. And this has prompted me now to perfect timing to get in there. I'm getting stuff ready for taxes. So this is the time to start. I want to call Angie. And I have my whole list here of things that I took from the class that I am going, all action items that I'm going to do. Pay myself a salary, do a profit and loss, set up my 401k, pay quarterly taxes, call Angie.
Yeah.
So all of the above.
Great. That's great. Thank you.
I think mine was actually the numbers of it. I was just thinking like, okay, like I got a regular job. This is just this side job. I'm gonna make $10,000. I'm like, I can do two or three transactions. Yeah, I can make $10,000. But actually doing the numbers of it's like, oh, you gotta put a little more effort into it. This ain't as easy as I thought it'd be.
But what you'll find, and that's a good realization, you'll find it's actually also not that hard to replace income from something else if you do the right things. So if that's your goal, right? Yeah, you can get there. Because not a lot of businesses you can go make 10 grand. You know how many bottles of shampoo you gotta sell to make 10 grand? Oh my God. Right? You sell one house. One good house. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Right. Did you have? I thought you were.
Oh, no, I didn't raise my hand.
Oh,
But I mean,
okay.
everything everyone has said, and I do appreciate this course because it does open my eyes to just creating the business. We think of ourselves as a business, but we don't really operate as a business. And this is part of operating and growing your business. So how do you grow if you don't know where you're at and how to get there with a plan? So this is part of your business plan includes that.
That's right. Thank you.
Yeah, so being comfortable actually in establishing the new habits, because working on the business is not our thing. We usually just flying around and working in the business, and actually just extra step will make us to grow. And how we grow, the business will grow. And that's the next step to live the life by design.
Awesome.
I'm a realtor.
Yeah.
Not a secret agent.
Right.
Right. Kelly?
Yeah, well, my action item is to review all this with my business partner, with my Annie at home.
The real Annie, not the content Annie.
But you know what I love about this too, and it's every time in this class or classes like this, it's what I love about the way you present this is I really connect the numbers and the story the numbers tell with my what really matters to me and the life by design and all that. Like I really see the path. Whereas before it kind of felt like, okay, I'm doing all this business over here and then I kind of figure all this out. It's like, no, every little baby step I take where I get a little more of this gives me like exponential freedom on the other side. That's what I'm starting to see.
Cool. I'm glad you got that. And that it very much is my intent that we see that it's business to fund life. It's numbers to make decisions. You know, nothing is in a vacuum. So I think
yeah, I was just gonna say that, my takeaway from here is that I need to get more serious about taxes. I'm kind of like a Dave, like I put away for it, but now it's like, I need a little bit of this money back. So it's like, you may fuck yourself on the end if you keep doing it. Like I have a lump sum, but it's like, stop difference or you have other money differences. So just getting serious about my taxes, and thankfully, you know, Kia is always on the like, Latoya, get serious about this. So I appreciate that. So she's the reason I even came to class today, because I saw it and I was like, I don't know, it's a long time to be there, but I'm thankful that I came.
Cool.
It did.
Thank you.
So I think the major takeaway is just being in the room and just hearing this conversation, just like you mentioned, like we're an agent, so you just like, okay, so I feel like lead gen is social media for me. So it's just like, okay, post this, shoot our content this. I don't really think of the business side because I'm just solely focused on like, getting clients, but like this is just now like in my brain, like, okay, you're a business. So not only do you need to do this, but what does your numbers look like and what like being serious with that. But what I wrote down was really connecting with the referral that you gave us to untangle what I did last year and prepare for this upcoming year and the year to come. I think I also have wealth advisor because I wanted to make some purchases this year. I felt like I could, but I don't think I can now because I gotta pay claim it. But speak with the wealth advisor to try to get more investment properties purchased this year. It may not be the route that I want it to be, but whatever. And an S corp because I'm currently in LLC, and then really just being intentional with like more trainings and coaching and all that stuff. So
awesome. Very cool. All right, everybody. Well, thank you for taking this time out of your day and your week to be here. It says a lot about you that you did that. Please feel free to follow up with me if you have any questions or challenges implementing, need some accountability around anything or whatever. And I'll send you that Excel file so that you guys all have the full chart there as well. So thank you very much. I appreciate having you here. You've been awesome.